All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is day two. This is day two of our program. I want to welcome you once again for having a day with us. Yesterday was mind-blowing, and today promises to be excellent. Again, just to be sure, can I see your hand if you were here yesterday? Just, you can indicate by raising your hand. Let me see how many people were here yesterday. Good morning, everyone. Can I see those that were here yesterday? Just you can indicate by raising your hand. Oh, great. I can see. Let me see participant. Just indicate by raising your hand, just to be sure how many of you were here yesterday. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome, awesome. More are still coming. All right, great, great, fantastic. I'm sure yesterday was great. And today, again, it promises to be awesome. It was a wonderful program. The program will start right now and will be ending by 3:30 p.m. Indeed, we were time conscious. Every program came as it's supposed to, and it was quite enriching. And today again promises to be more enriching. So please get your notepad and get ready for today. If you have missed yesterday, there will be a recap of the program, and this will be done by one of our members, indeed, Dr. Emma. So she is the ASFI Director for Science and Communication. So please, but then please help me to welcome Dr. Lamikele Imputu for the recap of day one activity, and thereafter we can do evaluation for our day one result. Dr. Lamikele, are you here on board, please? Can we have you for the recap for the sake of those who are not here yesterday, so that they can be able to get what we did yesterday and then combine for today?
Thank you so much, Dr. Jerry. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Limkile Mpofu from South Africa. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in for day two of our conference. You will agree with me that it was a day plus yesterday. And then let those who have ears hear. I also want to give you a reflection on a day or on day one activities, and also appreciate your invaluable insights and connectedness. A day that no one can ever forget. On day one, Prof gave us a quick overview of ASFI and how it came to be. COVID-19 was cast in a positive light. ASFI was born. ASFI also took a big step in 2023, and the first conference occurred. It gave us confidence, and here we are in the second conference in 2024. You will agree with me also that Prof recounted many things about ASFI, and that is why I'm saying that let those with ears hear. Then came Dr. Iman, who supported Prof by reiterating the different activities of at ASFI. Remember the mentoring programs, ASFI seminars series, Dr. Mwaru's research tips and tricks, and so forth and so forth. So with ASFI, you are assured of nourishment through knowledge and collaboration. It's up to you to take advantage or remain staffed. Not to leave out the ASFI General Assembly leadership, and of course the Executive Committee, as they have also laid the foundation for us to know where exactly we are going with this journey. Immediately after, we commenced our expedition with a profound keynote address from Prof. Emmanuel Iga. He unleashed the innovation in African research, highlighting that we need to act as researchers. The time is now. That's what he said, because it is better late than never. He urged everyone to be value-adding so that we maintain our relevance and innovativeness. He says that an invention, it needs to be put to use to better society. He cast invention or innovation in the light of institutional development and shed light on how Africa is faring, the international best practices. I learned a lot yesterday, and I feel that the saying that if you want to hide something from an African, you must put it in writing. It really applied to me, because I didn't know a lot the details that Prof presented. Thereafter, we had Prof Vivian, who took the innovation further. She was looking at inclusive innovation in Africa, empowering diverse voices. The pictures alone and in her presentation, they told a lot of stories. And that cannot be erased from our minds. As an adult learner, visuals are very important. They speak louder than words. She explained how diverse voices could be empowered, looking at the opportunities and barriers to inclusive innovation. Here she was also pointing out how indigenous knowledge could be used to shape innovation across Africa, because this indigenous knowledge system is valuable in health, environmental protection, and food security. Then came the research fields, stories from where Dr. Hamidu briefly described the award and called on the awardees to present a 5-minute overview of their papers. This is another symbol of growth for ASFI. If you don't grow with them, it's your own lookout. Then we went into breakout sessions where we got into the oral abstract presentations, providing a diverse spectrum of research insights. It was quite an engaging session. I don't know about you, but in our breakout rooms, it was engaging. Most researchers, they presented part in progress or in completion of their their research. Okay, then we're able to engage and see what they are currently working on, and even the kind of research in the African context. Beyond that, in the afternoon, we're able to engage with AI. Dr. Tani was able to share how we can employ AI in our research for brainstorming, literature review, programming, and so forth and so forth. Again, another opportunity for collaboration was presented to us. We are put in groups and we are now working in our respective groups, brainstorming on any innovation initiatives that are occurring in our respective African countries. So we will do our presentations today. So far, that was what we achieved for day one. Thank you so much. We look forward to more activities today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Dr. Jerry.
Okay, coming on board is Dr. Emma. She's coming in regarding our result for evaluation for day one. Doc, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here today for the second day of ASFI conference and bootcamp. My name is Iman Sobh. I am Associate Professor of Respiratory Medicine at Al-Azhar University, Egypt, and Taiwan University, Saudi Arabia, and I am ASFI Director of Science and Communication. For day one, it was disappointing to us that only 34 of those who attended performed evaluation, though the Zoom recorded more than 140 attended yesterday. So the response rate is very, very low, and without your responses, we cannot make improvement in future activities. So please kindly, after my talk, I will resend the link again. So if you don't fill the evaluation form, please do so, so we can improve our future activities. It was not astonishing that the responses showed 77% of respondents were female, as we all in ASFI see that females show attendance and participation on all ASFI activities. The overall impression for the conference was very good, as 56% strongly agree that their impression, the conference was useful and important for Africa's development. And the administration also 62% strongly agree with the easiness of administration process for the conference. The first keynote speech, 53% 53% strongly agree, and 41% agree that it was useful for Africa's development. The second keynote speech, 47 strongly agree and 42 agree. And the oral presentation showed 38% strongly agree and 50% agree for the usefulness of oral presentations. The three best papers showed 53% strongly agree and 32 agree. And the bootcamp workshop showed highest satisfaction. It was shows 74 strongly agree and 21 agrees for the usefulness of first workshop. The bootcamp project, 62 strongly agree and 32 agree with that. And for the whole conference, 80% strongly agree that they will recommend the conference to their colleagues, and the rest agree to that. As you see, we have some comments I want to share with you. The comments were motivating, and some of them also will help us to improve future activities. Some of them say, overall, day one was great success. The conference went all well. There's the oral presentation can be associated with sharing documents in Zoom. We will see if some rooms have difficulties in sharing documents. The conference was excellent. Thanks for the bootcamp and the conference. I like the practical involvement. So happy to participate, and all were satisfactory. There are some enriching comments that we will use for future. Here, some say that it was wonderful session today. Kudos to organizers for great outdoing, excellent, magnificent. Encourage everybody to be part of this. They will not regret it. Thanks to them in place. Quite impressive for a virtual conference. Here, some say that ASFI is the answer to African scientists. So much is learned and so many questions are answered in so short a time and so simple way. Kudos to the initiator of this wonderful platform. So thank you for all who participated in evaluation, and those who will not do that, please fill in evaluation form, and we are looking to see you for future ASFI activities and your participation. We need active participation. Thank you. Jerry, it is over to you.
Is Jerry muted or?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Doug. Thank you for that recap. That was awesome. We supposed to be going in for our next program. All right. Need to get some few recap of our yesterday program. I'll be so glad if I can have you send me a chat in the chat box. What you qualify yesterday program. Just some kind of synonym at Sakam. Awesome. And I have some synonyms of that. If you think there is, don't follow me because I say awesome. So let me hear you what the synonyms of what you want to qualify yesterday's program. How can you encapsulate it in just one word yesterday on the chat box? I just want to be sure that we are 75 in here. Everyone, please, can I see you in? Oh, wow, fantastic. Thank you, Gladys. I love that. Fantastic. Please don't say because he's saying that. Just say, be truthful about it. Let me have you do that. I just saw one, only one person. Only one I can see here. Wow, great. Okay. I expected to be seeing more than 60 to 70 enlightening. Great, 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 fantastic. Wow, they are coming now. They are coming now. Yesterday program was awesome. Awesome indeed. All right, all right. Someone spoke about the last bootcamp presentation. He spoke about a software that can be used for coding. Can anyone here remember that software he mentioned? Can anyone mention actually that is data, that is EView, that is SPSS, but he mentioned another one that we can do using coding because he said we can have control about what we are doing. Can anyone here remember that particular software that he mentioned? I'll be so glad to see. Wow, somebody just did that now. Storm. That is it. That is it. That is it. That is it. Great, 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 great. Okay, co-pilot. Thank you, Manuel. Co-pilot. Co-pilot. I think he mentioned already that there are some AI that are best used for literature review. Can I see you track me those list two of them? Just two of such AIs that can be used for literature review. Can I have you list that, please? Anyone that can be used for literature review? I have not seen anyone touch that. All right, I'm seeing wonderful. Referring to the last. Okay, Google Gemini, that's right. All right, space. Oh, wow. In fact, he mentioned a science space. He tried to. I was thinking somebody would mention ChatGPT. I could have said then you were not here yesterday because ChatGPT is good, but he did say that science space and perplexity are awesome because they cite actual true literature. ChatGPT, if not maybe 0.4, do chat what's not correct. Okay, yeah, that get up for coding. That's correct. Thank you, Adeleke. So if you have missed yesterday, this is what I think you can be able to get from that yesterday share. We're supposed to be going transitioning to our next panel discussion, but we are trying to get everybody on board. In a few couple of minutes, we will get that. Thank you for your responses. Thank you for your responses. Thank you. Dr. Bright, are we gonna look at fill out evaluation form for the one if you did. So please, if you are here, you have not filled in the evaluation for day one, and you are actually in day one, please fill it up. Please, this is basically for those that were here, So if you are here and you missed to fill, please do it right now so that we can be able to get that out. So for those who didn't attend, I think you have to appreciate those who were able to drop that for you, and that was awesome. All right, let me just get some feedback from Dr. Bright, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting two of the panelists to join us.
Okay.
So
Great.
that is what we are working behind the scene to ensure that they're here. But where we wait. It's not exactly their time. I think we were quite quick this morning with the recaps and introductions. I would like to call on Dr. Uchechi Onyedikachi, the chair. Yeah, one of the panelists are joined now. Please tell us some of the text you're putting on the chat box so that we can be aware as we prepare for today's meeting. Please, can you just let us know what you want us to do? Is Dr. Chechi here? Okay, I can see you, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, she goes. I don't know why she's just in the chat, but she's not.
I'm here.
Oh, great, fantastic.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be with us again this morning. Yesterday, during our bootcamp activities, I was going through the rooms and I saw we were all engaging and it was quite stimulating. So just to inform us that our presentation is going to be tomorrow, 8:35 GMT. So every group should present someone, a representative who will be presenting for their groups. I'll be giving 7 minutes exactly because there was a bit of adjustment to enable us arrive at all that we want to tomorrow. So every group should present someone who will be representing their group's projects, 7 minutes each. And I hope we'll achieve all that we want to. Then shortly, I just want to recap what is expected of all of us. Tomorrow, we should have an idea of the creators of the innovation, the nature of the innovation, the impacts on developments, successes and failures, current status, factors contributing to success and failure, motivation for choosing the innovation, potential improvements or lessons learned. These are all we want to hear from you in the 7 minutes presentation. I just want to encourage all of us to embrace this challenge with enthusiasm and dedication. Let us celebrate the spirit of innovation and remarkable contributions of Africa. We heard a lot from our keynote speaker yesterday. So this should ignite the passion in all of us to work hard at it. Remember, we have very exciting prizes for the group winners. We have free membership for all the winners, but the best to be receiving and generously 2 courses free of charge for 2025. The second best to be receiving one free course free of charge for all of his members, while the third best, exactly. The third best to be receiving free membership for all of his members. So let's continue engaging and prepare, because tomorrow is going to be real competition, because all of our team members are ready, we're watching, and we're looking at what you're doing in the group. So just know that every effort you make is being counted. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Uchechi. Okay, can we have Ms. Lizzie? Ms. Lizzie, are you on board? We're moving to our panel discussion. Okay, great. Ms. Lizzie, please come on board and let's have you introduce our anchor for this wonderful program while we proceed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jerry. Good day, everyone. My name is Lizzie Edward Onyenwak. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Financial Matters at African Science Frontiers Initiatives. And it is my pleasure this morning to read the citation of the founder and the Executive Director of African Science Frontiers Initiatives. Bright Nwaro is a professor of epidemiology in respiratory diseases and allergology at the Institute of Medicine, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. After completing his PhD in epidemiology from Tampere University, Finland in 2012, and a year of doctoral post at the same university, he moved to the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom in 2014, where he worked in a research position until 2017, combining it with a research position at Tampere University. In 2017, he moved to the University of Gothenburg for a tenure-track position, where he remains until today. His research includes various clinical and population epidemiologic investigations into respiratory diseases and allergy in both children and adults. His research work has resulted in over 200 original publications in leading respiratory, allergy, and medical journals, which altogether have resulted in more than 11,460 citations, according to Google Scholar. He is a recipient of over $15 million in grants for his research during the last 10 years. He teaches postgraduate courses in epidemiology and research methods in health and medicine, as well as various research and career capacity building courses across disciplines. Professor Unwaru is an adjunct professor of epidemiology at Tampere University. He was an honorary fellow at the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom, until end of 2023. He is an academic editor for PLOS ONE and Scientific Reports, an associate editor of Frontiers in Allergy, and editor-in-chief of ASFI Research Journal. He is passionate about mentoring scientists of African origin, with which he founded the African Science Frontiers Initiatives, a research capacity building platform for African scientists, through which we all are here for this 3-day event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with your virtual hands clapping, kindly make welcome with me, Professor Bright Unwaru. Thank you.
All right, many thanks, Lizzie, for that. Very encouraging citation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. We have time to relax and go into our panel discussion. I have to say that one of the panelists, I've not found her here yet, but let me ask, is Professor Shokri in the house? If you are here, please just let me know so that I can identify you and give you the right for participation in this panel discussion. Okay, I don't see her, but we have to move on for the sake of time. Whenever she joins us, she joins us. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have this morning. I have seen Professor Gituro Wainana and Dr. Karen Arthur in the house. Welcome. I have given you a co-host right, which means that you can unmute yourself whenever you want to. And just for housekeeping, during the discussion, I would like all the panelists to open their videos, except if you have problems with your network, so that we can see you when you're speaking. So we are into this very important topic, ethical innovation, respecting the respectables. Well, that may not be a correct English word, but we couldn't avoid the temptation to use it, respectables. And I hope you understand what we mean by that. All right, so what I will do now is to read their citations. I will start from Professor Dina Shokri. You have the panelists in front of you, even though she's not here, but if she joins us along the way, we will know we have read her citation. Okay, so she's a medical doctor and she's a fellow of the Fermer Institute. She's a professor of forensic medicine and clinical toxicology and a former head of the department at the University of Cairo University. She is also a chair of the Department of Modern Academy of Technology and Information. She's the president of the Central Research Ethics, the Supreme Council of University Hospitals in Egypt, president of the Research Ethics Committee, Ministry of Health and Population, Egypt, chair of the Institutional Review Board at the Modern Academy of Technology and Information. She's a professor of human sciences at the New Giza University in Egypt. She is the president of the New Mediterranean Academy of Forensic Sciences. She is also, okay, I can see her coming in now. She is also the president of the Arab Union of Forensics and Toxicology, which is a branch of the Arab Medical Union. Professor Shokri joined the Scientific Advisory Board of the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court in February 2014. He is a certified trainer in bioethics and certified forensic assessor for the Egyptian Accreditation Council. Professor Shokri is a roster in GRR and the UN Woman. In 2015, she got that award. She's the editor-in-chief of the Egyptian Journal of Forensic Sciences and Applied Toxicology. She was a member of the committee assigned by the Egyptian Prime Minister to issue the clinical trial law in 2020 and its executive regulations. She's a member of the Scientific Research Committee at the National Council. Professor Shokri has published several books and many papers in scientific journals. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we'll have a better member of the panel joining us this morning to discuss this important issue. And so that is a citation of Professor Shokri. Professor Shokri, you're welcome to this discussion this morning. I will come back to you in a bit to give you the right once I finish the citation. So let me go to Professor Gituro Wainaina. He is a professor of business analytics in the Department of Management Science and Project Planning, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, University of Nairobi, Kenya. He's a business analytics expert in leadership, governance, policy development, strategic plans, development and management, performance contracting, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. He's a specialist in education, economics, and planning. He has a long-term experience in public and private sectors. He's a former acting director general and director for social and political pillars, Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat. He's a former senior education economist for the World Bank. He's a former regional coordinator for Care International in Kenya. He's a former deputy managing director and business development manager, University of Nairobi, Enterprises and Services Limited. He has a long-term standing partnership with the government of Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Botswana, Ghana, and Nigeria, as well as with the organizations such as UNDP, World Food Programme, UNICEF, World Bank, African Development Bank, and Council of Governors. All this, he has connections with them. Presently, he's a board member of Uwezo Kenya, Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology, Center for Innovative Leadership and Governance, as well as the Advisor Innovations for Poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, if you have been following ASFI program seminars for this year, you will realize that this is not the first time we are having Professor Gituro Wainana in the house. So he's already a friend of the house. He joined us in March when we were looking at one of the topics on innovation. And after this morning session, he will also be presenting the workshop for today's boot camp workshop. Welcome, Prof. Gituro.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Then finally, I will go to Dr. Mrs. Karen Arthur. She's a lecturer of entrepreneurship and coordinator of the entrepreneurship and training unit at the Center of Entrepreneurship and Small Enterprise Development of the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. He holds a PhD and MBA in entrepreneurship and innovation from the University of Exeter in Business School in the United Kingdom. She has over 6 years of research experience. Her work is multidisciplinary and includes studies on entrepreneurship, education and training, responsible financial innovation, and its governance, loan repayment and capital formation among SMEs in Ghana, developing digital literacy in academia and enhancing sustainable business practices in tourism sector. Dr. Arthur has published widely in her field, and she is very much aware and know the landscape of innovation. And that is why we have her this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our panelists this morning. We would like to just see their faces. You can see them there. I can see Professor Dina Shokri. You can say a word or welcome to the people before I start asking the question. But I want to tell everybody it's a relaxing time, and usually I don't ask hard questions. We'll discuss some of the things that affect us as
You bet.
Yeah. So, all right. So this is what we have this morning, and then we'll have at least from now we have around 1 hour to get into these discussions. We are going to do this morning. Sorry, I have my questions on the other screen, so I will be looking through while we go through this discussion. But let me go back to my presentation. And our panelists, I like this definition quite a lot from the University of Oslo. What is innovation? And it says innovation is new ideas that work. Innovation consists of processes that lead to a new or improved product or measures that will improve services or solve societal needs. Innovation is about adding value to society. So the first question I have, and I will go through the panelists one by one. Are you happy with this definition? Is anything missing from it? Or do you think you would like to adjust some things from this definition? Let me start with you, Professor Shokri. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think it's quite inclusive for the points we are going to discuss. Okay.
Professor Gituro, I need to see your video. I see your video is off now. I want it back. Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you like that one?
Yeah, it's a bit chilly in Nairobi.
Okay.
So that's why I'm dressed this way. I probably would step back and perhaps start with the point. The last statement, if you can bring it back, what you have just put there. The last statement is very interesting, and I like it, perhaps. That's what I like. It really saying, and I think we should, and it's not a should, we must. Innovation is about adding value to the society. It can't be anything else. Value, positive value. I would probably add positive value to the society.
Positive value.
Yeah, and that is important in terms of that. What I'm not quite sure, can we just look innovation per se, or we have to kick in creativity? So that's something to think about the team. But I like the last shot where we're adding value to the society. But let's think about, because creativity also is a part of innovation. The two actually talk together. So that would be my take, Brian, and I think it's a good definition.
All right. Okay. Dr. Karen, what do you think?
Yes, thank you very much. So I think I agree with the point about creativity. That was one of the things that came up to me when I saw the definition. I like to think that innovation is creativity in action. So creativity is an input for innovation, and just saying maybe something new or improved may imply some creativity, but it may help to be explicit about that. Once that happens, I also think maybe the innovation could actually go beyond products. It could go beyond processes to include other things, like even the business model that you are using, or even markets, new markets, commercialization or new ways of using something. So you may not necessarily have a new product or a new process, but you could use it in a different way. And so the outputs could also vary a lot. So yes, this is what I would add.
Yeah, I want to add something Karen has put here. If you allow me, Brilliant, it's important that I think the point, Karen, sorry, Karen, for reading your notes to bring creativity, but the point that it's sort of driven. It must be driven by something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we cannot talk about creativity and innovation. Something is driving it. It's as opposed to bringing it up front. It must be addressing a need within that society, which makes that society better than it is. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, all those points are taken, and thank you for expanding on this. Let me go to the next thing. Now, this is ethics in research or innovation. Here, you have several, and I mean, there could be more, several, will I call them principles or items or characters of ethics in research: integrity, objectivity, avoiding harm, human subjects protection, confidentiality, openness, beneficence, intellectual property, informed consent, respect, I think that should be respect for colleagues, carefulness, responsible publication. So my next question is, are you happy with this as well? Is there anything missing? Do you have adjustments? Let me go to you, Professor Shokri.
I do think this is most of the aspects that we have to include within the review of the research, especially of the human being. But the beneficence is considered as in the current time. But we have to consider the extended beneficence, because sometimes the research ended by a product which carry beneficence to the patients, and afterwards they cannot just be maintained on this kind of drug or medication or intervention, while it is carry a quite beneficence to them. So I'd like to add the beneficence and the extended beneficence to the human beings and the human subjects included within the research study.
Yes, Prof. Gutero, what do you think?
Yeah. Thanks. And I think Adina came out strongly there. And I probably would just summarize with one. I probably would not take all those, but I will summarize with one. I will summarize the first one you have. Integrity.
Integrity.
Yes.
If you try to unpack integrity, it can't be anything else, team. And I probably use it a lot in the classroom. And I tell my students, you could be an A-class student, A-class of 90s, but you have no integrity, I have no time for you. So my thinking is ethics, integrity covers all these, because integrity is one which builds us. It's the one which will make us confidential. It's the one who will make us not say whatever. I think they're a bit many, with all due respect. I would summarize by one word: ethics. I'll summarize by integrity. And you write this year, I did have a short presentation. And if you notice in my presentation, it had the word integrity. All the presentation just come from Dar es Salaam doing a presentation. It must have the word integrity. I think it defines us. It defines us. It defines what we do.
Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have one word summary of ethics, Prof. Gituro. You can quote him, and if you run in any trouble, come back to him. He can defend you by all means. But I think the point you have made is really clear.
I think I can now defend.
Yes, integrity is very, very essential. And that happens often when no one is watching you, actually.
Exactly, Brian.
So
exactly.
What happens? Okay, I come to you, Dr. Arthur. What do you have anything to add there?
Okay.
Do you have any disagreement?
Yes. So I am looking at the kind of things you have on the thing, and I'm looking at it from two perspectives. So innovation is an output, innovation is a process. And I think when we are trying to define ethics in innovation, we need to also look beyond the outputs. So a lot of the things I see on the slide you showed us are focusing on the outputs. It's like we are measuring innovation based on the publication, the subjects. I think that even in the motivation for innovation, why you come up with the innovation, there are some ethical issues there. If your reason in coming up with an innovation is not right, then it could be something that is benefiting other people, but it's something that can be questioned. I like the openness, the carefulness. They suggest the process. I would add inclusivity, because having people tell you what you need and what is good for you, and not involving you in the process in itself does not make innovation ethical. There's a need to also scrutinize the process of coming up with the innovation when we are trying to look at whether it is responsible, it's ethical, and all of that. So that is what I would ask, that we are looking at the intended consequences, the unintended consequences, the broader implications to society, to environment. And we are also looking at the process in getting there and questioning even our motives for the innovations that we are coming up with.
Thank you. The next thing now, I will start with you. Let me start with you, Dr. Karen Arthur. I sent this topic to you, and of course I will go around all the panelists. Ethical innovation, respecting the respectables. What thoughts did that provoke in you?
Okay. Respecting the respectable. So that stood out to me. And one of the questions I was asking was, what are the respectables? Who defines the respectables? So I have focused my research for my PhD and after on the topic of responsible innovation. And I think one of the issues, and I also saw later there are discussions around innovations that are pushed to Africa and all of that. I think that there is a need to clearly define what these respectables are. And I believe these respectables may also vary and mean differently in different contexts. So in order to respect the respectables, we need to also understand the different contexts and how different things play out in different ways. But I think that the focus on ethics for me was good. I think it's a good start. And we need to look beyond the traditional definition of ethics, which is maybe working within the scope of the law, or maybe working within the rules set by your organization to a higher form of ethics, which is really your conscience and the moral issues around that. And that is a bit complex because then different people may have different moral values. And so how do we ensure that we have at least something that is accepted by most people? I think that there's still room to discuss some more and to define all of these, because definitely the law and the rules we already have are not enough. And for most innovations, you may not even understand the consequences properly as you go. Some of it in the application, the use, and all of that, new things come up. So I think that we are in the right direction in having this discussion now. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Prof. Shokri.
Yes, I agree 100% because the concepts vary according to the backgrounds, the culture, and the many other things that contribute as an environment for accepting the concept. So we have not to generalize, but we have to look at in different contexts according to the different backgrounds.
Okay, finally, Prof. Gituro, how did this come to you when you got the topic?
Yeah, it's very difficult to put me among ladies because we have a problem as gentlemen. We can't chew gum and walk, but I'll try to walk as I chew. I didn't want to pick from two perspectives. Respecting the respectables. Respect is a two-way. In a way that if I have a research we are doing with the Professor Dina there, I expect respect from her, and she expects respect from me. I think it's a two-way, but more importantly, I think it's to have that heart or that space, as Karen put it, to respect the values of the other person. And I'm going to the GBT, whatever we call them. There they are. They have their own values. How do we do that innovation? How do we do that when you have that kind of people? And perhaps stepping back and look at our society, whether you're in Ghana, whether you are in Gambia, whether in Somalia, wherever, South Africa, very, very strong in African values against lesbians and gay. So this is a very interesting, very dicey. Yesterday I was asked a very difficult question by a student, and she was really saying, how do you do research where the tradition is for circumcision of women, and how do you identify them to get your sample? But I'm saying there's certain things you have to respect. So I totally agree. That is a key aspect of it. But I think what is important, as we said earlier, from innovation is what brings value in society. So if our innovation can bring change in the society for the better, then the respect will come.
Thank you. I think that is important highlight. Yeah, I will look at this again because Prof. Gituro alluded to this, and I was coming to that question. You mentioned it again. Innovation is about adding value to the society. And so now, my next question, I start with you, Prof. Gituro, is innovation always good?
You know, when you have short questions, they're very difficult to answer, but I probably will approach it from two perspectives. One, I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. It's a way to go. And I keep putting the word creativity around me for that. And because we have seen changes by innovation, creativity. I'll go to what in Kenya we call the money transfer, the M-Pesa, electronic money transfer. That's an innovation. Unfortunately, we didn't get the IP for the gentleman who came with it. In that perspective, right now I sit here, if I want to send money to the last corner you can think of this country, I can send it, which saves a lot of cost, which saves a lot of, we used to send by vehicles and God knows whether the money will reach the person. So innovation is good. However, it can also be seen if it's misused, if it's used for other purposes. And I don't have something right now. Perhaps I could be wrong, but during COVID time, this is probably no evidence, and therefore I would like nobody to challenge me in it. There is a suspicion that some drugs were really not really addressing that issue. So you see that innovation comes quickly. How do you get something in 2 weeks and it's in the market and you're there with respect to really treating COVID? So we need to be careful, and that's why Africa needs to come in very strongly. And I think you raised this in the question you have sent us. We must have standards whereby we look at this innovation, a team which looks at that, what does it mean to the society? And that is, but it's by and large, and it's a bit not so much. I think there are more benefits for innovation as opposed to it. And what I'm looking at is perhaps if you get innovation, like you go into the society, which addresses some of the challenges Africa is having. We are terribly, terribly food insecure. African continent is terribly food insecure. How do we then see that coming is innovation really not going to GMO, because we know the impact of the GMO. So that's perhaps the call where we have to be very careful when we deal with innovation.
Okay, all right. As you said from the beginning, it's quite a tough one, but I have to ask it. That is my duty to ask the questions. Let me go to you, Prof. Shokri. The same question: is innovation always good?
I don't think this, because sometimes the implementation of such innovation might be not good, might be in sometimes harmful. And if the innovation is quite absolute, there is no restriction or limitation of the users and of the ethical concern within this innovation, sometimes it turns into a disaster. For instance, everyone nowadays is looking for the application of the artificial intelligence, for instance. And we see a lots of harmful effects in medicine, because I'm always having the example from the medical practice, that there is a lot of viruses, for instance, and sometimes the inclusion of the harmful sites that may impede the health of the patients. Sometimes you just retrieve the information to treat the cancer patients, for instance, and it ran into a disaster because this information is not the one that should be implemented within this patient and so on. So as the innovation is not an absolute, so we do have to put a restriction from the ethical and the implementation point of view. And of course, it should also guided by some kind of awareness to the people that they are going to use this innovation in order to be directed in a proper track that will lead to a good outcome.
All right, thank you. I think the last point you were making is very important. Innovation is not absolute, and so there is need to put restrictions around it. All right, I will still get your viewpoint, Dr. Karen. I see you nodding your head, but let me hear what you think on this question.
Yes, I agree that innovation is a double-edged sword. I know in the definition it's talking about societal good, but I think that the question is, why innovate? Sometimes when you even innovate for nothing, when society doesn't need it, you are creating more harm, especially if it is like a disruptive innovation that is coming. I think the thing that can help us to tell if an innovation is good or not can include, one, the motivation and the rationale for that, and two, the components of the innovation itself. Three, we can look at how the innovation is commercialized and used. I came by this concept of the dilemma of control. Colin Rich, he was saying that when you come up with an innovation, whether you like it or not, you can never understand its intended and unintended consequences. And at that moment, if you want to stop the innovation, then you realize that you are worried. Maybe this could benefit us in a certain way, but you're not sure. And if you give yourself time and people use it, it gets to a point where the innovation is locked in. And if you find out that it's not good enough, there are now consequences in taking it out of the system. And so there's always that dilemma of, is it good? Is it bad? Should I encourage it? And I think that we need to find better ways of doing this. The last bit that I see can help us determine if innovation is good or not is also in who has access to it. Is it making one better than the other? Inequalities, power imbalances, all of those things are things that could help us know if an innovation is worth investing in. But I think the last thing for me is also in the definition of innovation and how we associate it with a lot of things in business. So things like commodification, consumption. And so it's like, even when there are no issues, we need to be doing something so people would buy more. That concept in itself is of concern to me. And I think all of those things, sometimes it's good to just stop and be slow and allow things we already have to work.
All right. Thank you very much for your thoughts on that. Because yesterday, the first keynote speech we had, this professor alluded to the Swedish man who set up the Nobel Prize, Alfred Nobel. He invented the dynamite. And dynamite was used, when he invented it, was to, in this part of the world, they have lots of rocks, so if they want to set up high level building, they have to break the rocks. And so he developed the dynamite to be able to help in breaking those rocks so that the buildings can be, put in the right place. But after he did that, people took it up and started using it to blow up human beings, and that became really a sad moment for him. So before he died, he had to set up the Nobel Prize to really recover maybe his integrity or the mission he had before. so that instead of destruction, peace can be in our world. So those who have contributed in one way or the other, medically or in society in different ways to bring peace, awarded this very high, I don't know, maybe some of us here would like to have that award sometime in life, and Nobel Prize. But yes, as you said, it can be two-edged sword in some cases. But I'm happy that generally you agree that innovation, if you look at it from the point you mentioned, creativity is a good thing, and it should be allowed. It should be allowed in the society. And Prof. Gituro, you mentioned some of the things Africa is facing. For instance, we are food insufficient. And if you look at what happened during the COVID as well, you see this was quite rampant when you see young people developing things to wash their hands and things like that, just to be able to deal with the circumstances we found ourselves. So from that perspective, it's something that needs to be encouraged. But my next question is, of course, ethics is good if we take the word Prof. Gituro mentioned, integrity. I don't think there's in any society where anybody dispute with that. So innovation is generally good. Ethics is a good thing, setting boundaries. But do they conflict? If yes, do they conflict? If yes, why do they conflict? Let me start with you, Prof. Dina. I don't know if you got the point.
Sometimes ethics conflicted with the laws, and in terms of the innovation, which guided by both concepts, the ethics and law, there is sometimes a conflict between the innovation and ethics. In terms of what, in terms of distribution, for instance, is there justice in the distribution of innovation? Sometimes in the field of medicine as well. I'm always be back to the my background. There is the innovation in the specialty of oncology, for instance, and this innovation of the drugs is quite expensive. And when it comes to the implementation in the field of the patients and cure, you have to distribute it in an even way, and you should respect whatever concept of allocation of medical resources in a proper way. So innovation should be, again, controlled and should be distributed in a way which assure the ethics and the beneficence for all, in order not to create some kind of the conflict of having such a great innovation, but it doesn't reach to the people they need.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Dr. Karen,
Yes.
are they conflicting?
They sometimes conflict, but they can also live in harmony. If only the stakeholders are able to put in place the right structures and can control their thinking process. So the conflict usually comes in the different perspectives that the different stakeholders have. The innovator has his or her own perspectives in terms of what they want the innovation to do, and all of that. But sometimes may not be seeing beyond maybe their world. The conflicts especially would come in maybe the individual interest versus the societal interest, and also the environmental interest. And so sometimes those bits are not very clear in their minds, and so they may ignore that, and that becomes an issue. I think that there are times when the conflict is intentional, and there are times when it is unintentional. If you are looking at it from the perspective of who has access to this innovation, is it making one better off than the other? Sometimes the innovator does not always know how people would use it and how it would disadvantage or create advantages. And so the conflicts would always be there, but it can be managed, it can be controlled with the right innovation governance mechanisms and innovation management structures and frameworks in place.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Gituro.
Thanks.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, interesting in terms of looking at ethics and innovation. I probably put in integrity, ethics, and ethos. And perhaps going back to our starting of this discussion, that why are we innovating? We're innovating because we want to see a change, a positive change within the society. But step back, look at that society. What drives that society? It's integrity. What drives that society is ethics and ethos of that society. So even when before we even come to the stage of talking about innovation, there's a foundation. There is a basis. What defines that for society? And it cannot be wholesale because they are peculiar within certain societies. But then the society is looking for something good. Therefore, if then innovation is being driven by that, and if the innovation does not lead within the society, need the society requirements, then the conflict arises. So from my perspective, even innovation is driven by what the ethos are, the ethics. And if there's a conflict, then we have an issue there. And where am I coming from? If we get some individuals, and I like the point you brought about the Denmanite. I think Emma was also trying to comment on it, which was great. If for bad intentions, as Karen pointed out, somebody comes with an innovation, those bad intentions really cannot lie within the realm of ethics. So what defines that is, am I ethical in what I'm doing? And therefore, the innovation I come up with should have no issues at all. Let's have a look at it.
All right. Dr. Karen, let me come back to you because something you mentioned earlier, you said when let's say innovative idea comes, you may not know where it ends. If I use the example, Prof. Gituro mentioned that Africa is food insufficient, and somebody comes up with an idea of how to improve in this. You may not know what happens 10 years from now. Just like Alfred Nobel, he didn't know that people would take up this and begin to destroy humanity. But you mentioned in your last statement that then we need appropriate governance around this.
Yeah.
Now, if I start having an idea, thinking, okay, this is what I want to do, and I have a sketch of what I want to do, how do I begin to, think this in terms of the governance? And how those who are in the side of governance detect that 10 years from now, this may actually become something else? Is there a possibility? So from me as an innovator, how do I think about this? And then those who are responsible for ensuring safety, how do they also come into this process?
Okay, so I think it's not as straightforward as regulation or a law being passed or policy or something like that. So I did my PhD trying to look at innovation in the financial sector. And I was also looking at innovation in those doing science and technology studies. And I realized that the kind of governance structures and mechanisms we need are the ones we include in the innovation process, and not necessarily the ones that governments or people who are making policies impose on us. So for example, de facto governance mechanisms like the stage gate model is common in innovation governance, innovation management, and having a loop where you are constantly anticipating risks. You are probably bringing in multiple people and being as inclusive as possible, because if you can't think of ways it can be used, someone else may come up with an idea you haven't thought of. So if you are able to include as many diverse views as possible, you are likely to better understand this, but to also have structures that allow you to reflect more deeply the so what, the why, and to try and get to the bottom of multiple levels of the innovation, as well as having a system that makes you as responsive as quickly as possible, so that once you see trends that this innovation is going in a certain way, you know how you can quickly come in and take action to avoid, more damage being caused. These are all things in the governance framework that is not as easy as regulation. And in fact, research showed that our innovation regulations always happen years after the innovation itself. Because if you're coming up with new things, then definitely regulators don't even understand it to govern it. So I concluded in my research that we cannot rely on just policies, etc. We need to help people understand how they can innovate in the process, and how they can even just naturally be intentional in caring about the future of their innovation in the process, and in making sure that they are thinking of what they would do if some unintended consequences come up as they go.
I think the point she's raising, the point maybe she raising is important, Karen. You're right that as we look to the future, there are risk and uncertainty. We would like to minimize that, though can't be 100%. And therefore, as much as possible, we want that unintended of the innovation to be minimized. How do we do that? And I think I bring the question that Bryant is bringing of governance, and probably look at it from a bigger perspective, pragmatism leadership, right? That pragmatism leadership ensures we have policies. And I'll take through an example, the whole idea of maybe ban charcoal, banned. You can't do charcoal business. It's banned in most countries. So we have the executive, in terms of governance, the executive comes very clearly in policy direction, right? And say this policy is good because of the effect we're having on the environment. SDG 13, we just finished course 29, and you saw how it was in display. So you look at the governance, I look governance from three perspectives: the executive, the legislature, and the registration there. So we have the executive, which actually is a custodian of the law, the custodian of the policies, they tell us. Then we have now the what I would call the legislature, which brings it into law. And we have the judiciary. The third one is the judiciary, which now ensures that law is followed. And therefore, when you look at the issue of governance, Bright, we are spot on. Those three things must be in place. So when we start with a policy, no banning, no charcoal, whatever, then the executive, the legislature ensures that goes into law, and the judiciary implement that, makes the law is followed. Now, the reason why we are doing that is to minimize the impact we probably have on that because of the climate change. So there's a lot to pay here. Take that now to the innovation. Any responsible government, and I mean any responsible government, should have, and it's interesting, you find in most law schools now, they're actually doing the law of the internet. They didn't have it, the emerging technology, the innovations in it, because it's affecting what we do. And therefore, it is important to minimize those risks of innovation. It goes through the system, and we deliberately have things to really, the direction in terms of something happens, we want to minimize that. So I think it's a very important question. And I was looking at what are some of the key challenges where innovation can help us. I don't know how you can do it in innovation, but you look at the pragmatism leadership in Africa is wanting. And I might go to a country like Botswana, very civilized. My mind goes to other countries, when somebody wins, it's total war. How do we innovate to see a government which is responsible for the better of the society?
All right, Prof. Dina Shokri, I come to you. I mean, you have used your field medicine a few times, and I think I wouldn't want you to deviate from that because it's something that affects every one of us. So we need to be healthy. Now, from your own part, what are your thoughts in this? Because in medicine, you deal with human beings.
Yes.
And it can be quite critical compared to other fields. Yeah, but what are your thoughts on this?
You mean the governance within
Yes.
the context of innovation? Yes,
Yes.
I totally agree. The process should be from the start respecting the outcome. For instance, when it comes to the innovation, of course, it is sometimes it's not controlled and just an idea came to your mind and then start to put your innovation. But when you just put a delineation or some kind of outlines for what you are going to do as a process for innovation, you have to consider many things. Consider the ethical principles, for instance, in order to put from the start the plan that will be of beneficence for the community and for the population as a whole. The other issue, I just borrow it from Karen's discussion. You have to include different opinions, and this is might open your mind to some aspects of this kind of innovation and how we are going to implement it in a proper way. And finally, the role or the step of policies and the regulation, it is mandatory. And putting the ethical and moral codes of how this innovation could be implemented on the ground.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you following this? Are you happy with what is going on? You are very quiet. Anyway, of course, I shut you all up. But let me see your reaction. Give me thumbs up. If you're enjoying this, let me see your thumbs up.
They're very good in the chat box. I'm reading them. They're very interesting.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let me come to this. Our time is flying. I don't know how he does that. But now these are some of the headlines that we see coming from Africa. This one says, "We are not guinea pigs," say South African anti-vaccine protesters. Medical colonialism in Africa is not new. We are not guinea pigs.
Not guinea pig.
Activists slam Europe for dumping on Africa. What is the problem here? What are the issues? Let me start with you, Professor Dina Shokri.
Okay. Of course, when it comes to the medicine, the concept of being a guinea pig is always there. The human beings always think that why you tested this on me. This is why there is a lots of international codes of ethics regarding the research on the human beings. And then comes to the local policies. We do have in my country, for instance, a law number 214 for the year 2020 regarding this issue in particular. This might impede the innovation in the first place because the people just see themselves as rats or guinea pigs, and they are going to be a subject for the experimentation, and sometimes they didn't see the benefits for themselves or even for the community as whole. So in order to be stick to the ethical codes that nobody is going to be a subject in an experiment which is not of a value to him directly. I mean, sometimes the innovation started in the Western countries and then come back to us as a part of the recruited subjects for the clinical trial or the experimentation on the human beings. So we have to put it into mind when you are going to evaluate or review this protocol for research in your country, because I'm part of and the president of one of the research ethics committees or institutional review board with the Ministry of Health in Egypt. We put into mind this aspect, multidisciplinary and multi-center studies. Is it beneficial to us? This disease is commonly encountered within my country. If the beneficence and non-beneficence is quite anticipated, the risks and benefits is quite present within this research or not. Just to put this, we have to balance two things. We have to contribute in the beneficence to the others. So we are not always a guinea pig. So we have to have the initiative to be part of the innovation. And on the other hand, we have to just ensure the safety from the health perspective as well as from the ethical and moral perspective is always there while we are implementing this kind of innovation and research for the innovation.
Mhm. All right, I come to you, Dr. Karen. Let me show this again. I think the participants want to see this.
Okay.
There is a lot of this coming. I mean, if you go to the internet, you search, you see a lot of this. Africans are crying so much about it. You don't hear so much in Europe, maybe in Asia or in South America or in America, but Africans are crying so much about, even campaigning on the street, marching. So
Yeah.
what is the problem? What have you found that is the problem?
Yes, yes. So I mean I can understand these comments, and I think that they are all depicting this issue of inclusivity. Some of the questions that came to mind was, who even defines innovation? In our research papers, the ones we quote, the ones we tend to establish some of these things, most of them come from the West. And so we are taking these definitions and we are imposing it on us. It goes beyond even the definition of innovation to now who determines what is good for us. During COVID, I remember in Ghana, there was one company that came up with a qua mixture, and he was using several herbs that apparently people had been able to use it and had showed that it was building their immune system to fight this. But there were lots of opposition, and the focus was, okay, so we need the vaccines, we need this and that. We have several indigenous things here, and someone comes and tells us that it's not good enough. You need this particular thing. I think there's an issue there that could be part of the reasons why people feel they are not being included and they are being used as guinea pigs. How relevant are the innovations that are pushed to us in our context? And even if they are relevant, how applicable are they to our circumstances? To what extent are we involved? Do we have a say? Maybe later I will talk about some of the things that affect this. Yes, there are some things on the ground that prevent us from being able to engage as much as we should. And so for me, that's why the inclusivity bit at the very beginning, I said, what I will add that is not in there is inclusivity is very important, because when you are involved in something, you own it, and you feel like you have also been able to use your knowledge and understanding of your context to also contribute to that thing. And I think that is what is missing at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the point you made is very important. I cited this example yesterday, which I saw somewhere, maybe on the ASFI platform, that I'm not sure who went to a village because these women were, carrying their bucket and going to the stream that was several kilometers away, and then they fetched the water. And usually they go in groups, and then maybe somebody thought, oh, this is not good. I think I need to help these women. And went around the community and put the boreholes everywhere. And eventually it was disappointing because the women still went to the stream to fetch water and didn't use the borehole. And the reason is that going to the stream is not just to fetch water. It's a community life. That is how they have lived their life. That is how they communicate. That is how they interact. So the borehole that is in front of your yard deprives you of this benefit you have gained for generations. So I think the point you're making here is very important. Who defines innovation, or how inclusive? Perhaps if they have sat down to tell the women, we want to do this, they would have at least received some feedback from them. But coming to realize that, you have wasted resources, wasted effort, it can really be disappointing. But yeah, Prof, good to, let me come back to you on this issue of the cry of the baby from Africa. We are not guinea pigs.
I think you're spot on. I like your narrative that it's not just going to fetch the water, but you can make it a bit comfortable instead of going some kilometers. And the story be told that once upon a time I used to work with the World Bank, and you had this debate in northern Uganda, the Kamrajong people, and the bank was very clear. We want to do classrooms and a lot of disbursement. And the community said, no, we don't need classrooms. We need a cow dip. We need a dip for our cows, because that's what will help us to do the classrooms. And there the World Bank went ahead and did the classrooms. And the cows were sleeping in those classrooms. So never got what they needed worked at. But I want to look at it from two perspectives, the issue of the guinea pigs and the issue of the dumping. We take responsibility. As Africans, we should take responsibility. A big part is us. As Dina pointed out, we should be part of that innovation. But we shy away. We want to stay in our own cocoon. So we must take the first is to appreciate there's a challenge here, and therefore take the responsibility. Nobody came to reprimand Bill Gates when COVID kicked in. He said Africans will die in millions. That was unheard. That was irresponsible. Thank God, because of our feeding system, our crops. But if you look at dumping, the very good example where good governance, strong leadership take responsibility. For those who are familiar with AGOA agreement, it's very clear African countries to get that opportunity to export goods to the US must buy the second-hand clothes we are talking about from the US. And Kagame, with his leadership, came and said, yes, that's fine. But we are going to increase the tax. Kagame's thinking was, really, why dumping clothes in Rwanda, and we are killing the local manufacturing? And that has been a very deliberate move by the developing economy. hitting the local economies. So he said, fine, I'll push it, I'll double it. Of course, the US stopped that. And what I'm trying to say here is the leadership takes that responsibility and goes back to the discussion we had about the governance. The issue of being guinea pigs, I think in my view, is very important that we, and Dina, you are spot on, the idea of joint research. Whether in Egypt, Zambia, whatever, we understand the local content. We understand what the community is looking for. So a responsible government, that should be the first criteria. Fine, we're doing our joint research, and I'm a person of joint research. It makes a lot of sense because we bring new ideas from the north or the south and ask ourselves. So my point here, perhaps, it is important that we start, and I think, Bright, this is a good idea. Let's make this more to the African context so that if you have any research, then we can do it in the north. Indeed, who understand more challenge, who understand the challenges in Africa than we are? We researchers here. But I think we have let our continent down, as whether you're in medicine, whether in whatever, we probably need to step forward and engage more in terms of doing research. And probably something we adopted when I was in government. Fine, looking for development space. We said, fine, we have these people who perhaps can come and work together as a team, but 40% of the work which must be done must be local content. It must be local content. For example, if we are doing research, why can't we say among the researchers, 2 or 3 must be from Africa? And that can be a responsible government that can be put very clearly. You want to do research in Africa? Then these are the conditions. So yes. No one can see those kind of statements because they just walk over us.
All right. I think this is also an aspect that we need to discuss deeply because there are several things that can happen when you talk about joint research, but I agree with you. If it's centered on the first point you made, both side integrity, I think
absolutely.
It can be very beneficial. My timekeeper is telling me I have 5 minutes, which is a pain, because I still have some things that we need to look at. But I will give you a few seconds to look at this. I will start with you, Professor Dina Shokri. Can ethics be an impediment to innovation? How? Why? I will go through you, and then I will come to my last question later after this. Okay, yes, Professor Dina.
Yes, ethics, of course, is quite important, not only for innovation, but the interaction, the human interaction within the context of the practices. So everything should be guided by the some kind of limits. The limits should be stated in the first place, and in order to have the goal of what you are going to do or you are going to innovate. And one of the issues that I'm usually confronted with, that sometimes, especially in the young generations, the innovation is quite absolute. There is no room for such innovation, and they always see the innovation that it's by itself is a quite good things, and no need for other restriction, and any of the limitation that we put in terms of the ethics is considered as crippling a process for what they think for. I do think that we have always make balance between the crippling limitations for innovation to be out of the sky, and how we can use some kinds of codes or of controlling aspects in order to put this innovation in a proper way.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be time for questions. I'm not reading the charts. I'm not reading it because I don't have the energy to go, between. But if you have any question, you have any contribution, I will take a few, and I will take it first come, first serve. You can put up your hand there. I will come back to that later on. But let me come to you, Dr. Karen, the same question. Can ethics be an impediment to innovation?
Okay, so I think ethics should not be an impediment. What could be an impediment would be the kind of policies we put in place and how we enforce it. I emphasize user centricity in innovation. So there's a need to actually understand your users and to take care of them in coming up with innovative ideas. And this includes the society and the environment. They are all stakeholders. So actually, ethics is good for innovation. I think I saw in the comments something about society kicking out your innovation if you don't put in place the right ideas. It can last. So in a way, ethics is actually good and sustains innovation. But we need to be flexible because we can't understand it all. So it is in the governance and how we go about the governance. And I think regulation is not the way to go, where you are only coming up with policies. We need to experiment with other forms of governance that gives power to the innovators themselves so that they regulate themselves aside the other things. That way, it doesn't become stifling. It's rather for the good of society.
Yeah, I think that is quite important because last week we received a circular in my center, and my boss was emphasizing it. She's doing lab work, so she works with animals, but I work with human beings. We have clinical samples we collect. But the Institute sent out the circular that there is what they call secure environment, where you need to put your research data, you need to put it there, you need to analyze it there. And then she said, everybody, Bright, you and your group, you're working with human samples, you need to do this. So I looked at it, and the next day she asked me, have you started looking at it? I said, well, it's not that simple. Goodness. It's not that simple. You see, you can bring these policies, but practically you need to think about it. It's not simple to take my data. This can take more than a year to do that because we have which data have been collected over years. And the fact is that what structure is the system? What structure do we have? Okay, so I think I like that part you mentioned about the responsible governance. Okay, Prof. Kituro, let me come to you too with the same question. Can ethics be an impediment to innovation?
Indeed it can. Indeed it can. And if it's in conflict, if the ethics, if the innovation is not in conflict with the ethics of the society, then there's no problem. But innovation, if innovation is in conflict with the ethics of the society, it can't go nowhere. So it's important as we do innovation, and it's great. I think that's, we're all saying it's a good thing to do, but we must also realize, and I keep repeating this like a broken record, we must realize that it has a purpose. There's a need for it. And that need is to make the society better than it is. My bottom line is what drives anything we do. It's the integrity we have within the society, it's the ethics we have. Whatever happens, and it's in line with that, then there will be no impediment. There will be no conflict.
All right, I have gone over my time with 2 minutes, but I have to ask this. There's no how we'll end this discussion without asking this question. I hope it is my last question, But moderator or our timekeeper, don't be offended if I ask the second one. So this is the main thing. We have been talking about this. So I will go through the speakers to ask them the most important question. From all we have discussed now, what is ethical innovation? So let me start with you, Professor Gituro. What is ethical innovation?
Perhaps unpack the two. Ethical, it has to do with our values, being ethical, doing the right thing. Last year, I was in Hamburg last year in November for a week conference, and we are given a train ticket. For 7 days, nobody checked whether we had the ticket because they are ethical. They know you not get to the train without the ticket. And that was, to me, was very telling. That's somewhere ethics drive the society. The values, the integrity drive the society. So if we can then bring that into innovation, then that innovation is for the benefits of us because it has carries our values with it. So they are related, but I keep saying the one which drives the other is what this ethics are all about. It's what the society is all about. That drives the innovation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Prof. I mean, this may be funny, but the example you have used makes me to remember when I lived in Finland. We got a story of this African boy who was dating a Finnish girl, and then he did something that was against the law, and the girl called the police that her boyfriend was doing something wrong, and the police came and arrested him. And after some time, she went to say, "I want to bury my husband." So you can imagine. All right. So values of the society. All right. Let me come to you, Dr. Karen. What is ethical innovation?
Okay, so I would say that ethical innovation is innovation that does not compromise the well-being of the vulnerable in society, future generations, the environment, stakeholders who cannot talk, but also are impacted. It's about innovation that does not exacerbate existing inequalities. Ethical innovation acknowledges power imbalances in resources, and makes sure that in the process and in the outputs, people are not disadvantaged because of what they have or do not have or bring to the table. It really is about innovation that is flexible, but also has the needed structures in place to ensure that we can understand where the innovation is going, and we can act quickly to make sure that the original purpose of innovation, which is benefits to society, to environment, is upheld. And at the end of it all, it is the kind of innovation that also is not transactional in nature, but also highlights the relational aspects. It's concerned about care to human beings, care to society, care to environments. That relationship aspect is not missing, but is at the core of everything that is done.
All right. Finally, Professor Dina Shokri, in your own word and your own definition, what is ethical innovation?
Yes, ethical innovation is from the start. We just put a goal that carry a beneficence for all. So when it comes to the first preliminary delineation and the consolidation of the idea, we have to put the beneficence for all and the fairness, of course, for the distribution of the outcome of this innovation. And then we have to put within the context of the process of innovation, put the ethical rule. I'm going to test it on whom, and this test will finally bring the results that I can implement this innovative material in a proper way or not. So simply it is the innovation that goes to the human beings and in a fair and equitable and benefits for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I have to ask you to give me your final thoughts, because the topic is in two parts: ethical innovation and respecting the respectables. In a few seconds, from the discussion we have had now, what are your final thoughts about that second part, respecting the respectables, and within the context of Africa, the implications that may have for innovation? Let me start with you, Dr. Karen Arthur.
Okay, thank you. So my final thoughts, I agree with Prof. Gituru that we need as Africans to wake up. I started earlier by saying we need to even define what the respectables are. I think Africans need to better understand their context so that when we are in discussions, when we have that opportunity, we know what is within our society and the realities on the ground, and to use that knowledge to shape innovation. But even most importantly, I think we need to find ways to have our own resources. We need to create our own research that define these things for us. We need to create our own platforms where we are thinking of innovations that work for us, innovations that are linked to our people. We need to allocate resources to support these kind of innovations. If funding for innovation is coming mainly from the West, definitely the West will tell us what they think we should do and what is good for us. But if we have our own resources, financial, infrastructural, human, all of that, then to some extent we can also contribute. And the last thing is we need to create systems and structures that would guide us in the innovation process so that we can be as ethical as possible, but we can also do that in a way that would be beneficial for our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that. Professor Dina Shokri, your final thoughts on respecting the respectable.
Yes, I agree 100% with Karen, because if you want to go forward, so we have to have our own resources, whether those resources is from the intellectual aspect or from the manpower, or from the institutions that govern this innovation. So if we do have resources, so we can just put the innovation in a proper direction that suit us, not it is exported from the outside, and then we just follow what they want, not what they need. So we have to have our own destiny by shaping our future according to our needs. So this couldn't be achieved except if we work from now to have our own vision and implement our own vision to shape our future.
Thank you. And finally, Prof. Gituru.
I'll pick from what Dina said. Yes, Dina, thanks for bringing that to our vision very strong on our way forward. But let me step back. Karen have a different view of funds. It's always used as an excuse. I don't think funding to me is a problem. Coming with a good bankable project is an issue. We don't want to sit down and think through, come with something which Dina is saying addresses the challenges we're having in Africa. 4 challenges: food insecure, deficiency in the infrastructure. You want to go to Cameroon, to Nairobi, you have to go to Europe. Thirdly, water, we can't have water. Fourthly, responsible government. If we have That's what is killing our society. Now innovation kicks in. That's how do you do smart agriculture. If an information, and no doubt here, my brother, and everybody here, the issue on innovation is a must, but must be directed by what is challenging our society. AU, as a European Union, has a responsibility, and I think we need to knock and push to them. How can we, at this stage, be importing food? Research, money can be found. We spend a lot of billions, Karen, with all due respect, we spend a lot of billions in doing elections. It's there for research, but we must, as scientists, we must, as innovators, we must, as academia in Africa, demonstrate that this will bring food security in Africa. That's what I'm taking. And last one here, very interesting. Yesterday, Nairobi University, where I teach, has a Silicon Valley Innovation Park, and it's just about 36 million US. And this is addressing the issues we're having of unemployment in Africa, the youth. How do we get the university youth? This money is already found there because we had to push for it. So Karen, I hear you, but money follows good projects. Let's think through, let's leverage on emerging technology, leverage innovation, and we can change this continent.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. I think that is a very vital point, and I've heard it actually also from industry players who will ask, I don't know what the researchers are doing, so I don't know what to form.
Right.
And that is quite important for us who are here to note. Okay, I have one hand. My time is, and they're knocking on my door. I have Samuel Abanibe. If you can make it brief, let's see if we can answer your question within the scope of what we have. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, and thank you for the panelists. This is very engaging and very inspiring. And of course, as a scientist myself, yeah, I've been thinking through what and what we need to get done to make this thing really, really work. Now, I want to take it back to the panelists, especially Prof from Kenya, that the issue of governance has been a challenge, personally to me, when you talk about doing innovations. And ethics is one of the key things that we know as scientists. Can we take the concept of ethics back to the governance? Why we teach them or preach to them the gospel of ethics so they can help us to manage our funds. The funds are there quite well. The funds are coming up from different angles. But I see the angle of ethics as a challenge to our governance, to our leaders in Africa. And they are the one actually impeding scientists not to do what we need to do at the right time. So I have a lot of issues on this, but I want to rest my case for now. Thank you very much for this panel.
Prof, I don't know if you can finish just today. I think there is another round of panel discussion. But yes, if you can take 2 minutes to respond to that, let's see.
Okay. I think he addressed to the professor of Kenya. I'm not
Yes.
the two here. Thanks, Samuel. I think, Samuel, if you listen to the 4 things I said, the bottom line, whatever will happen is pragmatic leadership. If it's not going to happen, forget it. Now, take an example, Samuel. About 3 weeks ago or a month ago, Botswana did what they did it. Botswana did it. Why? Because the people, and this is why we need to go back. We must provide civic education to our people. That's it. Constitution 2010 in Kenya was we voted no by the churches. The churches had convinced our parents that the constitution is not good. We professionals went back to the village, and our parents were saying, we educated Bright, we educated Karen, we educated Dina. Let's take what they're telling us. They're not hiding us. And that constitution was voted yes by the Kenyans by going there and doing civic education. Samuel, everybody in this panel, you have a responsibility to go back to where you were born and convince this leadership is taking us nowhere. This is a leadership because it's addressing the challenges which face us as a country.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, I'm just looking at my questions. Let me see how many I was able to ask. I have 14 of them, and I was able to address 6. It means that we didn't even cross the half mark, but it has been a very engaging discussion, relaxed. The fundamental issues have been touched by a very excellent panel. I am really grateful to you, the audience, that have remained calm. Having one question only means a lot. That you were there in the midst of the discussion. Thank you for taking part. And to our panelists, I want to thank you very much for giving us your time and bringing up these issues. As you can see, we have quite a lot to discuss in this. ASFI is full of young African scientists who want to learn the right ways of doing things and making impact in the continent. So this has been quite useful. So thank you, Professor Dina Shokri, who has joined us from Egypt, and Professor Gituro Wanaina, who has joined us from Kenya. He will be joining us again in the afternoon for the workshop. And then the last but not the least, our young doctor in the midst, Dr. Karen Arthur. Thank you very much. She's joining us from Ghana. I appreciate your efforts. We say in ASFI, we don't call you once. Once we call you, we invite you again. And Professor Gituro, you know that is the case. I told you we'll come back to you, and I will keep to those words. So
I give you my word. I will give you my word. I'm always there.
Great, thank you very much, Professor Dina Shokri and Dr. Karen Arthur. Will come back to you again. I appreciate your effort. Thank you very much, everyone. And the anchor and timekeeper, I finished 1 minute earlier, so I think you have to thank me too for keeping to the time. Thank you, everyone, for this.
I might not make it in the afternoon, Brian. Am I there? Am I supposed to be in the afternoon?
Yes, in the afternoon, the workshop.
Am I presenting something?
Yes, of course.
Oh no.
You have to...
But said something quickly and see my slot. I can't remember what presenting on something. What am I presenting on?
Oh, you can't remember. You're presenting on enhancing skills for research innovation.
Okay. Okay.
That's the workshop.
Okay.
And the time you have for that, let me see. The time we gave you is, so this is from 12:40 and to 1:30 GMT.
We already passed. Here is already okay.
GMT.
Here is already
GMT.
So
okay. 12:40 GMT to 1:30 GMT.
Oof. Okay, let me see what I can provide at that particular time.
We wouldn't run from that. We have to have it out, Prof.
Oh,
many people are looking forward to that.
Karen,
okay, thank you very much.
Here, Karen, help me here.
I hand over to you, our anchor.
He's a new tack here. Help me, Karen, here.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Bright, for this wonderful session. It was mind-blowing, educative, insightful. And you could see the question, very insightful discussion. Indeed, it is very insightful discussion. Thank you so much, all our panelists, and thank you, Dr. Bright, for your coordination and was able to bring out the best out of them. We should be going for a tea break. Actually, the tea break should be from 10:05 a.m. and this is 10:06. Of course, I think we are right on time. Just about 10 minutes for the tea break. So let's take about 10 minutes, and then by 10:10, and this is already 10:11, so maybe we can just encourage a little of it so that we can rest, because it was a long presentation. So I say by 10:13, we'll be back, and then the next one will come. It will be ASFI Women today and tomorrow. This is also another important seminar you need to listen to. Another important seminar you need to listen to. And then we're gonna move to ASFI highlights of 2024 program. So again, we'll be taking 10-minute break, and once it is 10:13, we'll be back with the next session. Thank you so much. See you in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, I'm sure we are back. This is 11. This is 10:14, as we have said. We are moving to our next presentation, ASFI Women Today and Tomorrow. And the anchor of this program is Dr. Emma Saw. She is the Director of Science and Communication. She is an associate professor of chest diseases in the University of Taba University, Saudi Arabia, as well as professor of chest diseases in University of in Egypt. So we're going to be welcoming Dr. Emma. So please, you're welcome, Ma. You have the floor to begin your presentation. Once again, you're welcome, Ma.
Thank you, Jerry. Welcome everyone to this session. As you noticed before, I said that we have more women in ASFI working and participating in all activities. So this is one of our launched and activities which will be relaunched and resumed. Please, next. Let us take a few minutes to see. I want every one of you to share one skill only that you are ready to exchange with ASFI members. Kindly post in the chat. Let us see one skill that you are proficient in and you are willing to exchange with ASFI members. No one have skills? Or no one is ready to exchange? Hello? Hello? Thinking? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we're thinking. Thank you, Prof.
See? It's too much to think about. Counseling. Okay, that's impressive, Lemiki. Thank you. Innovating. Okay, we are waiting for you for the 2025 activities. It is not necessary to be expert, and it is not necessary to be a big thing. Yes, publication. Inshallah. Okay. So, effective communication. Okay. Okay, great. As you see, every one of us have a lot of skills. Sometimes you don't know. ASFI is a place where you can know yourself and exchange this skill. I think many of us have discovered that they have a lot of skills and they do not know they are expert in, or even they don't know that there is someone who don't have this and want to exchange. And this is why we are in ASFI making investment in ASFI members. We are a platform for capacity building and instilling skills, okay? Globally, only 1/3 of researchers are women. And this is also mirrored in African continent, where in, for example, Sub-Saharan Africa, 1/3 of researchers are women. And as all of you know, that a career in research and science is a challenging. It requires a lot of you from on the scale of skills or even mental activity and mental power. Being a woman in academic research or research career is not an easy process. Okay, next. There is a recent report by the Mawazo Institute and INASP about perspectives of African women in research. They highlighted several facts. They see that about 1/3 of women researchers who responded to the announced fellowship succeeded in securing funding. And women, they have a lower tendency or ability, or they thought they have a lower research mobility. So most women apply to fellowships in their home country. And also they found that women lack time and resources for research than men. Either this is a fact or even a belief or a sense that women sense it. Women believe that they have limited opportunities than men. Okay, next. African women in science and research face several challenges. Yes, they are the same as men, but they have add-on challenges like the social and family life, for example. They sometimes miss opportunities due to several factors. Challenges include gender stereotypes and biases, and work-life imbalance and networking issues. Some women feel that they have a lower opportunity for networking than men. And despite these barriers, we see that women are making a significant contribution to various fields, even in the fields that mainly concerned for men, like agricultural fields. Women are making significant contribution. Yes. The idea for ASFI in women in science and research came and highlighted in 2024 to empower women within ASFI network and appreciate their efforts. Next. And during 2024, we organized a celebration and recognized, appreciate noticeable and unnoticeable contribution of women in our societies, as well as creating awareness for support the girl child. ASFI will continue to invest in women and ensure they build capacity in their research and accelerate their progress and make them better women for the development of society. So we celebrated all women in science and research, and we announced this in the website, on the website and on our social media. Okay, next. We identified that among ASFI network, women showed more contribution in all activities, including attendance and active participation in ASFI events and the projects. If you look through ASFI, you will see that the chair of organizing committee of this conference is a woman, and this is Vera, and also boot camp, this is Eunice, and the chair of General Assembly Committee, and several assemblies are led by women. And this is come by, they are actively participating and also by election. ASFI networking and collaboration open opportunities for women to communicate, collaborate, and join research activities, which is solve one of the barriers identified by African women, that is the networking barrier. Okay, next. We believe that investing in women will have a great impact on the society. So the objectives of this initiative or this movement is to increase visibility of ASFI women members and to empower women, advance their leadership, and reduce gender bias in science and research, and as well enhance collaboration and exchange experiences. Next. What we want to do is for the 2025, we will organize some seminars and science talks on being a woman in science and research in Africa. And this will be a career story for motivating African women working in science and research careers. And also we wish that these stories will be published as either articles or book series. So these stories will be disseminated for other women as a motivating and also exchange experiences. We also aim at doing networking activity. We will form ASFI member directory. This is a directory to identify members, either contact details, their research interests, their experiences and the skills they are willing to exchange with each other. And this will be an opportunity to search for a mentor, collaborator, or supervisor. And this will also have sections to identify those in specific disciplines like medicine, engineering, and social sciences. Yes, I see that men are asking from behind the scene, is it for women only? No, we will do it for all, but we will have specific sections for women in specific disciplines like women in medicine, in engineering, and in agriculture. So don't ask about your inclusion. You will be involved, and this program is not for women. This is for everyone, because women are part of life of men also. Okay, and the networking activities and initiatives to support and motivate women in the same field for those who are in need to collaborate in specific disciplines. Yes, next. Also, we will organize the research project, ASFI Women in Science and Research Career. This project aims to investigate the career environment and the challenges, opportunities, barriers facing women, and it will explore their responses and suggest possible solutions for the barriers and challenges. And this research project also is within the direction and also within the vision of ASFI. You know that we announced a new special issue for ASFI RG about African women. So this is a good area to explore, and we aim to publish the results also. Next. From the global perspectives, we know that we are not alone in this world, and African researchers usually have their specific circuits they are living. So we need to open global opportunities for women in ASFI and also for all ASFI members. We will explore international events, networking activities, and opportunities to participate and make global impact. For example, making our celebration coincident with the International Women's Day. There are global women network like Global Women Network and also Tech Women, for example. There are many activities and opportunities announced there. We want to take part of this as ASFI Women in Science and Research. Okay, next. So stay tuned for the call to join us and be an active change maker, and don't lose this opportunity to be with us. Either you are a woman or you are a man, please join us, and we are looking for your all input and participation in this incoming initiative. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, moving on to the next presentation. Again, the highlight for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Yesterday, we highlight what ASFI do. As you know, we have several activities each year. These activities are for all people, not for members, but we have member inclusive activities. We have the research seminars, which are a monthly seminar series organized with a general theme each year. The theme this year was about innovation. We explored several several aspects regarding innovation, like innovation in research, what are they? Also innovative research pathways and how they work. And we also have a topic about pitfalls in innovation, how to avoid them. We have introduced exemplar of innovative projects in Africa, like metrology network and date seeds, fungi, and also volcanic ash. This introduced by African researchers, and we open the opportunity for them to announce and disseminate their projects and open opportunities for collaboration. We also have the research, Dr. Nawaru research tips and tricks, which is clinic and hands-on session, 1 hour, also monthly. We explored several aspects related to science and research. We started with who is a scientist and go deeply into aspects of passion, patience, persistance, failure, creativity, networking, and failure, and curiosity. And all these sessions were hands-on, and at the end, you come out with exchanging experience with Prof. Bright and also with other participants. We delivered also 5 courses, the systematic review and the meta-analysis course that trained 158 participants. The reproducibility course, we trained 292 participants, and the data analysis course, 191 participants, and the quality productivity impact course trained 85 participants, and the scientific writing, we trained 117 participants. And these all were 40 hours hands-on training followed by mentoring process. And if you go through the names of participants, you will see the output and publications of these participants. We also have ASFI membership solidarizes with Sudanese brothers, and we open free membership and open free admission to courses during 2024. We have 470 Sudanese members joined ASFI for free during 2024. We also, as you see, organize this conference. We have several other programs that will be highlighted within the next session, like the Matched Mentoring Program, ASFI research projects, and also you see the output from ASFI research journal. We have updated and improved the ASFI Meet and the booster viewing deck. You will see during the conference today that we added the reactions and the communication with the presenter, and we updated the ASFI Scholar as well. And we introduced the 2 sessions of the tea time, which is a social event for the General Assembly. We look forward for your participation and engagement in ASFI activity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Up next is our own president, Dr. Eunice, for discussion regarding the National Assembly, ASFI member General Assembly. Doc, are you online?
I am online, Mr. Anchor, and thank you very much for the great job that you are doing. Yeah, we are presenting the ASFI Members General Assembly. And you know that the assembly came on because an institution existed. And this institution is the African Science Frontier Initiative. And African Science Frontier Initiative has a vision. And this vision is that we want to raise the next generation of African scientists with the right competencies to drive Africa's developmental and transformational agenda through innovative scientific research. And so the General Assembly has come to help work with Dr. Bright, Prof. Bright, to promote this vision. So what is this General Assembly? It is an assembly of African scholars who believe in the African Science Frontier Initiative vision and have volunteered to come together to support the achievement of this vision. Next slide, please. So what are the characteristics of the African Science Frontier Initiative General Assembly? The first goal of the General Assembly is to provide members a platform to engage, to network, to collaborate for capacity building and for career development. It is a professional association like any other professional association. It is voluntary. It develops and runs its activities under the supervision of the ASFI management. And it is fee-based. You need to pay a token to join. When we pay, we value. As Africans, we all know that. And this fee is an annual dues from January to December of each year. And the General Assembly also has a structure. The structure, before I talk about the structure, you want to understand that the fee is $40 for PhD, but it is subsidized for postgraduates and MD researchers, $20. For as far as the structure is concerned, we have the leadership team, and then we have the junior and the senior assembly leaders. Then the General Assembly is the supreme governing body of the African Science Frontier Initiative membership. And it is composed of all the ASFI members who are registered for that particular year. And every ASFI member is entitled to participate and speak in the General Assembly, to be voted and be voted for into the leadership roles of the General Assembly. And the General Assembly meets quarterly. The next meeting for the General Assembly will be on the 13th of December, 2024. And the time will be 5 p.m. GMT. Next slide. Yeah. So the assembly leadership team is made up of the president, the secretary general, the vice president communication and public engagement, vice president science and education, vice president conference and vice president ethics and protocols, VP membership drive, ASFI Director of Science and Communication, the Chair of Senior Assembly, and the membership team is based on election and is voted by all ASFI members, registered members, around 2023. So the tenure is going to end at 2025. Next slide.
Hello, Dr. Eunice, are you here?
Okay,
Hello,
yeah,
Dr. Eunice, are you
I
here?
am here, but the network seems fizzy. I am here. It's not sharing any longer. So we have apart from the leadership with the president and the various vice assemblies, various vice presidents, we have the senior and the junior assembly. The junior and the senior assembly is made up of is what makes up the General Assembly. So, and then they have the aims and they have the criteria for membership. For aim, we have the capacity building. For both the junior and the senior assembly work to build capacity. They work for career development. The network between the members of the assembly and the junior and senior assemblies. They mentor and they collaborate. And each assembly develops its own programs and platform for maximum benefit of its members. And they report its activities to the assembly leadership team. It develops the rules of engagement. So the assemblies are autonomous in terms of the action, what we make them to be more engaging. They have that open hand, you know, they have to report. Then criteria for development is based on personal
Dr. Braden, it's from my own end. Can you hear her? Can you confirm, please, Dr. Bright?
Okay, as a secretary, I can continue if you can allow me. Can continue.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Just was to present the ASFI General Assembly as a senior and the General Assembly as a senior assembly and the junior assembly. Most of the time, our aim is just to ensure capacity building, career development, networking, mentoring, and collaboration. And each assembly have their clear defined the duties and the responsibility. Most of the time, we develop our own program and platform for maximum benefit of our member from each category. And we are responsible, each assembly, to report every activity to General Assembly leader team, which take place on a monthly basis. And of course, we develop rules and the rules of engagement of every activity. So among the criteria for membership, of course, we are based on the person's choice. We don't force anyone. Just we mobilize and sensitize on the role of ASFI, vision, and so forth. And the membership is the personal basis. Also, when the member enrolled in the program, we are considering the career stage. If they are early, moderate, and advanced, then we allocate people according to the different criteria. And then we ensure about the leadership, where each assembly have a chair, vice chair. All of us, we work under supervision of ASFI Director of Science and Communication. My president, are you coming back?
Yes,
continue?
I am back. Yeah,
You
thank
can
you.
continue.
So now
Yeah,
you
thank
have,
you.
I'm sorry for that, the network is busy here. We have the leadership team for 2023, 2025. You can see them on your screen. The president, Dr. Eunice Fonyo-Fonzo-Fombele from Cameroon. We have all of them from various countries. You can observe them on your screen, on the screen. They come from various countries in Africa, and their tenure is going to end
Move a slide, please.
on 2023, on 2025. Next slide, please. Yeah, membership. As far as membership is concerned, the members who are registered per year have some benefits. They enjoy much mentorship between the mentors and mentees. They have the first priority in all ASFI free trainings. So they gain free trainings of ASFI, and the paid programs are discounted. Most of the times from 50 to 100% discount that they enjoy from the all ASFI courses. And they also enjoy discounts for ASFI annual conference and boot camp. I can assure you that everybody who wants to have this conference in order has enjoyed that discount, and those who are registered as ASFI members for this year are enjoying the discounts. And then they also enjoy free discount to publish in the ASFI journal. And we have participation in various activities which are also discounted. The ASFI Research Excellence Award, they benefit from that. They have to be active participants in capacity building activities, and this is very important to the ASFI administration. And then they have to participate in ASFI research activities. So these are various avenues to build a capacity and to promote the right competencies for African scientists. As I already told you, the annual fee is $40 for PhD, and it is discounted for others who are the younger researchers, BSc, MSc, and MT, and MA. If you want to register, you're going to pay $20 discount. Now we have registration for 2025 round is going to start on the 1st of December 2024, and I call on all of you who have shared this experience of the 2024 ASFI conference with us to register and make the vision an attainable vision. Next slide. So we call on you to join the team, the winning team of Africa. Now, the General Assembly's activities since last conference, 2023 conference till present, we have worked very hard as a team to prepare for what is happening now for the African Science Frontier Initiative Virtual Conference and Bootcamp 2024. We have worked in various committees to be able to dish out what we are dishing out. We have established a tea time sessions, which are open discussions and hot tips on topical issues in our world today. The first one was artificial intelligence and ethics. And we also had one on GMO. Prof. Eman has talked about it. So these are the exciting things that we do as a General Assembly. We also have the March Mentorship Program where mentors and mentees, at some point you are a mentor, at some point you are a mentee, you just decide, we have a free mind, a hand to decide to be a mentee and a mentor, depending on which skill you want to acquire at the moment. So it is very exciting, it is very flexible, and it is very rewarding. So we also have research interest groups, and we have research projects, a lot of projects that are going on that ASFI members are benefiting by being the General Assembly members. So these are the activities that we are engaged in as General Assembly members since last year, and we have a lot. We have a lot to do in 2025. So we call on you to be part of the ASFI General Assembly team next year by registering. And if you want to actually benefit, you try to register early in December so that you can benefit for the whole year's activities. Next slide. Okay, thank you very much for listening to me, and in my capacity as the president, I implore you to register and become part of the ASFI team if you are not yet one, and make the General Assembly quite exciting with us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Our own president, Dr. Eunice, we appreciate you for this wonderful presentation. Next will be ASFI March Mentoring Program. And with me, we'll be having Dr. Nidal Essa. She is the March Mentoring Chair, as well as the Vice President of Science and Education. He is an assistant professor in Merowe University of Technology. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Nidal Essa.
Hi, good morning, good evening. Hi, I'm audible. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm Dr. Nidal Essa. As Jerry said, that I'm the VP of Science and Education. I'm also the chair of Match Mentoring Committee and also the Research Funding Project. Next slide, please. Yeah, on the ASFI Match Mentoring Program, we are not aligned with ASFI mission to empower the African next generation of scientists to have the full power to act on their research. Next slide. The ASFI mentoring program aimed to structure initiative for experienced researchers to deliver their experience to young researchers as a mentee to deliver to just transfer the knowledge from next generation to next generation. Next slide.
Okay. My student is doing her presentation now for masters.
Prof,
will you wait here?
Can you mute yourself?
Let me rush the department, finish from there and come.
Can you mute yourself? Yep. Okay, so the aim of the ASFI mentoring program, as I mentioned, is that to build a relationship between mentor and mentee, to provide guidance and support in different areas in their academic and career development and research success. Next slide. So the benefit of participating in ASFI mentoring program would be we have a good and gain valuable guidance and support. You will develop your research skills and career through different activities during the program. Also, will have a strong network with your colleagues because we have different researchers from different African countries, and also will be contributed to the African scientific development. Next slide. So our committee me as the chair. We also have Dr. Collins and Dr. Precious and Dr. Iman and their vice chairs as the committee members who work on the matching process. And next slide, please. Our role, yes, to oversee the management of the program. We develop and implemented the guidelines and procedures, and also made the matching process and the preparation of applications for both mentors and mentees, and then the follow-up. Next slide, please. So the matchmaking process started with the application forms that was distributed for ASFI members. Then we shortlisted the candidate and refined the matches and finalized the matches and introduction them on one meet your mentor-mentee day. Next slide, we have the match. Sorry, this slide before that, the matching process. The matching process depends on your research interest, your level of experience, your availability, and also account the preference of the mentor and mentee, either to be the mentor or a mentee, and even the type of mentorship they want to build with their mentors and vice versa. Next slide, please. So the match mentoring process, in total, we received around 100 responses, 38 are the mentors, around 50 are the mentee, and we match mentoring, we match them together, and actively have around 30 mentor and mentee active groups. Next slide. Most of the mentors have one or two mentees in their groups. The role of the mentor, as we know, that the mentor is someone who stands behind you and support you, on provide advice on your research, in your career development, professional skills you want to build up, also in building up a strong network, and also provide ideas, support, and decisions, and encourage you to motivate yourself and continue working. Next slide. In your goals, as a mentee, you have to be active engagement with your mentor, settle the schedule meetings, and setting the goals and the purpose and your expectations from your mentor. Also, be open for feedback from your mentor's experience. Next slide, please. So after we launched the program, we have training for the mentees and the mentors on how to deliver their jobs properly. Then we follow up them with after 3 months from launching the program. And we faced some, next slide, we faced some challenges in terms of availability of mentors, availability of mentee, but in overall, according to our survey, the majority of ASFI members are satisfied with their programs. We received some suggestions in providing in solving the problems like availability of mentors and the way of communications. We also have separate meetings with the mentors and Prof Pride, and the mentees with also Prof Pride, to solve the challenges that has been faced during the process, and also we'll continue working on that. Next slide, please. So we have regular meetings with the mentors and mentees. They have the regular meetings, and also we have a quarter meeting with the mentors group and the mentee group to ensure that everything is going well. You also have meetings for all together to discuss general or common problems that face it between the mentors and mentee. I think this is the last slide. Yep. So if you, I encourage all who also applied for the mentoring program and they didn't activate their mentorship, either as a mentors or mentee, to reach me out and to activate their roles and to benefit from the program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nida Essa, the chair for the March mentoring program. Up next is Dr. Edna. She'll be taking us through the breakout session and will lead us to that. Please, can we appreciate Dr. Nida for that wonderful presentation? Let's just have a cheer for her while we invite Dr. Edna to be on board. Dr. Edna, I'm not sure I can hear you. Are you just a minute?
Thank you, Dr. Jerry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are. My name is, as Edna has mentioned, your anchor for this session. I welcome you to the second day of our oral abstract session. We've had an impeccable day one of the conference. Let us enjoy an amazing day two. But before we go further, here in Tanzania today is a sorrowful day. We mourn the loss of our own. We're deeply saddened by untimely passing of Professor Ndungurile, the director-elect of WHO Africa, who passed away on November 27th, 2024. Let us take 1 minute of silence to honor his memory. May his soul rest in eternal peace. So back to our program. We're going to the breakout session. Therefore, the 6 oral abstract presentation rooms, each having up to 4 presentations from different disciplines. The title of the abstracts are available in the conference program booklet. You can check the booklet and see which abstract you would like to listen to. You can choose the room you would like to join, and you can also switch in between rooms depending on the abstract you would like to listen. Each oral abstract presentation room has a moderator and a rapporteur who are shown on the screen. Each presentation is 15 minutes. That includes the presentation and Q&A. The oral abstract session ends at 12:10 p.m. GMT, after which we'll have lunch break of 30 minutes. So we'll come back at 12:50. So you should go from abstract session to lunch. We're not returning to the main room until after lunch. The lunch, as I said, is 30 minutes. Therefore, we return to the main group to start the bootcamp session at 12:50. Enjoy the oral abstract presentation, contribute to the discussion, and find an opportunity to collaborate. You're all welcome to join the breakout session. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Edna. So I think the joint breakout room is just on the screen. It is not automatically shared, so you can just grab it up there and then join your specific room. So I'm sure by now they know where they are, Dr. Edna. I'm sure they should know where they're supposed to be. So
just a comment, Jerry. Joining the breakout room is open. You can choose the room you want to go through according to the abstracts. When you want to change the room, you need to leave the room and go to the main conference room. Then you can join another room.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
So to join any room, if you're in the conference room, if it's not showing on your screen, just go to more. You have more. If it's on top or down, just click more, and then you will see breakout rooms, and there you can choose any room you would like to join.
Yeah.
And if you have difficulties, please write in the chat which room you want to join, and we will assign you.
So you can just check. Are you seeing that on the on your menu? You should see the join breakout room on the screen. If you can see it, it's in your menu bar where you can see the mute, start video, participant chat. You'll see one in there. You could just tap it. If you can do that as I'm talking, or you can look for more. When you click more, you see room to join. Just at your menu, if you scroll in there, you see those in there. All right, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, how was your lunch? I hope you took some time to rest and to be energized for the next movement again. We're going to be having some lineup of programs that will blow your mind. We're transiting to the bootcamp workshop and thereafter the project, the bootcamp projects. All right. I will be welcoming Dr. Dumisani, who would take lead here for engaged to talk about the bootcamp speakers and projects, and thereafter we will move to the bootcamp project. All right, Dr. Dumisani Hompasi, are you here? Can we have you on board to lead us into this great session? Welcome and open remark.
Thank you, Jerry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My task here is to welcome and introduce our eminent professor, Professor Wainana, who has been with us in the morning. I'll just briefly again go through his citation. He's a professor of business analytics in the Department of Management Science and Project Planning, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences at the University of Nairobi in Kenya. His education qualifications, he has a PhD in agricultural economics. He has also a Master's of Business Administration and a Bachelor of Education. Professor Wainana has extensive working experience with Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat, where he was acting Director General as well as Director for Social and Political Pillars. He was with the World Bank, where he was a senior education economist. He was also with CARE International in Kenya, where he was regional coordinator. And also he was with the University of Nairobi Enterprises and Services Limited, where he was the deputy manager, managing director, and business development manager. As pointed out earlier, he also has a long-standing resilient partnership and working relationship with the governments in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Botswana, Ghana, and Nigeria, as well as with the organizations such as UNDP, World Food Programme, UNICEF, World Bank, African Development Bank, the FID, and Council of Governors. Professor Wainaina has published several journal articles and book chapters. He has also successfully supervised quite a number of PhD and master's students. He is a business analytics expert with excellent skills in leadership, governance, policy development, strategic planning, plans development, and management performance, contracting, monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and a specialist in education economics and planning. Professor Wainaina will be guiding us on the following topic, which is enhancing skills for innovative research. This topic is in line with the ASFI vision, which is to raise the next generation of African scientists with the right competencies to drive Africa's developmental and transformative agenda through innovative scientific research. Professor Wainaina, I kindly invite you to interact with the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Musaini. I can see Bright was asking whether I'm around. I've just come from a nap, so I'm very much around here. I was here in the morning, on the panel discussions, and we looked at the various issues, water ethics and all that. So this afternoon, I'll probably be taking you through the opportunity to see what skills do we need to enhance as we look at innovation in Africa. As we pointed out strongly this morning, is a must. It's a must with respect to innovation in Africa, because that's the way to go. There can't be another way. And therefore, there are certain prerequisites which we need to address, and I'll be talking on that. But more importantly is who do we focus on? And probably my thinking here and my prescription is the youth. If you wish, not even Gen Z, but Gen Alpha, which perhaps have taken a different perspective in terms of looking innovation. So that's probably that's what I'll be focusing on this afternoon. And I look to perspective, then I'll look some of the skills required, focus area or areas of opportunities in Africa, area to focus on, and then I'll have a conclusion. So if you may allow, I'll do the sharing here. I hope I'll get it as quickly as I can. Let me see, got it the right one here. Just give me a second. I go back to Zoom. Yeah, this is it. I hope you all can see the screen, right?
Yes, we can see it. Yes, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And on this day, 27th of October, I really looking at enhancing skills for innovation and innovation research. And I think the topic very, very appropriate, respecting the respectable. So I want to step back and maybe provide a quiz. This quiz will be answered at the end of this. And the quiz here is made in dash, dash, dash. If you look there, we have a fridge, a cell phone, flat screen, and a microwave. So, Faruso, as we go on, remember this quiz. It will be the end of the presentation, Eunice and the team. And this is made in where? Let's think through. So really want to look into perspective is really, if you look down the road, how much of the hours we are going to spend with respect to labor, and I've taken the data from 2018 to 2035, that's almost 25 years down the road, 10 years, excuse me. You can see in terms of percentages that the human is being replaced by the machine. 2018, 71% is more human, 29%. But when you focus and forward look in 2025 or 35, you're really talking about 22% are really getting into what you refer as human. And this also provides us an opportunity of trying to look in terms of the labor as a share of, I put this, of human and machine. By 2025, you can see the division between human and capital and machine, that 2025, the blue represents the human, and you can see this is the same presented here, what I was looking earlier on in terms of the graph. Now, with this in mind, or this in perspective, we are seeing the machines taking a lot of responsibilities in 2025 next year. However, new jobs will occur in the next 10 years. This is the same stuff for those of us who went to the time of programming using the flowchart for BASIC, Fortran, COBOL. And one typical question we used to have in terms of the exam was, computers create unemployment. And God knows how much opportunities have been created by the computers today. So there will still be opportunities as machine takes over what human can do, because they leverage on efficiency. They don't say, I want a holiday. They don't say, I'm tired. So there's a leading opportunity for taking that. But at the same time, other responsibilities, other jobs, for example, green skills will be created as we head into the next 10 years. I always like this. I did present this in March, bright, if you could recall. I like it because it puts a difference between us and them. You know, looking at the participants here, probably they are not in this gap. But there's a gap between the gap we have today, and probably, as I pointed out earlier on, and you're thinking through this gap, Gen Z, and they were very strong in this part of the country, or this part in Kenya, somewhere in June, really going out and saying this financial bill for 025 doesn't make sense, and they have a space. And I like seeing them as the next generation alpha. They don't operate what is not flexible. They are not 8 to 5 guys. Okay, if you want them, just SMS, text, WhatsApp, they're there. Always in the house, I buy religiously a newspaper, physical newspaper. And one of the things I buy, among other things, is to do the Sudoku. But they don't buy print newspaper anymore. They're in a different thinking, the social media is watching them. So this is a gap. This is the next generation. These are the people we are taking through our institutions. These are the people we are taking through research institutions. So what is this? How do we enhance their skills so that they are responsive to the needs, particularly, and I'm going to focus in Africa. Youth need different skills from the traditional institutions. Yes, they're always being rebellious. The traditional class tutorials, no. There's a different ballgame for them. They are either looking for skills, and we must therefore address the skills with respect to innovation. And that, and I think we brought it very, very strongly this morning, those who had the opportunity to listen to the panel discussion, to make the society better. Because innovation has no other business and really making the society better in terms of the challenges they are facing. And what challenges, if you focus in Africa, we're having? And I propose and suggest, from my perspective, 4 main challenges which affect it in Africa. The food security. We need, as Africans, we need, as our young people, to focus on food security. All the way from Zambia, Malawi, South Sudan, Ghana, Niger, Somalia, food security. Interesting, a country like you, Tanzania. It's interesting, not a country really, sorry, a nation like Tanzania. They have food security almost 128%. Mpofu, very clearly, I'm talking about Tanzania is not a country, is a nation. Botswana is not a country, is a nation. Nigeria, Kenya, Somalia, all these, they are countries. And there's a whole difference when you talk of a country and a nation. The founding father of Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, took a different path of creating a nation, and he has managed. Had the opportunity to be there last week, and you can see what it means to have a nation. So that's a key opportunity, is a key challenge in Africa, the food security. How does, and these are the issues affecting the society. How do we then leverage on technology to address these issues? Food security. How do we leverage on innovation to address the issue of infrastructure development? Infrastructure, I mean from energy, whereby manufacturers cannot in Africa because it's too expensive buying the power. Thank God there are countries like Ethiopia who charge 5 cents per kilowatt. Countries like Nigeria, Kenya, they are charging about 16, 15 cents per kilowatt hour. Therefore, it becomes expensive for manufacturers. And what happens? They import. Instead of manufacturing, you get the goods being imported, you lose in terms of employment. Infrastructure development. Look at the transportation by air. If I want to go to Morocco, I have to go all the way to Dubai or Europe. How do we leverage? How do we ensure Africa is connected by rail, by road? You go to Europe today, you choose, do I go by air, by train, or do I go by road? That's not possible in Africa. How do you leverage on that using innovations? How do I drive all the way from Nairobi all the way to Accra? A nightmare as we talk. We must focus on water abundance there. Water is everything. Water is life. We're still having our communities going for some time. Yes, we appreciate the socialization, but we need water for irrigation. We can't be food secure if there's no water for irrigation. We can't be food secure if we cannot get intelligent technology, innovations in terms of emerging technologies, which addresses the issue of irrigation in terms of using the little water we have. And above all this is tied by what we must focus on: pragmatic leadership. Forget it. If you have, and around my French, if you have thugs in leadership, nothing of this will be done. Therefore, as Professor Samuel asked this morning, we must leverage on creating strong, pragmatic leadership. Botswana gives us a very good opportunity. So is Rwanda. So is Senegal with the young man there. I don't see any other country in Africa. Abe in Ethiopia almost came it. I don't know why he lost it. Very wanting, because all this will not happen if there is no pragmatic leadership. Forget it. A pragmatic leadership addresses scientists. We need innovators. We need scientists. We need researchers in Africa who can transform the continent. I get sad when I go to Addis, talk to AU. You list a lot of them. Most of them are on their cell phones, inside their cell phones. Most of them are sleeping. In front of them, there's a challenge of changing Africa, the narrative. The Just UNGA, United Nations General Assembly, which ended in July. If you followed through, most of them were going with securities, getting the most expensive limousines in Europe, in the US, New York, or their counterparts were depended on. They were laughing. These are people that will still continue depending on funds from us, and they will control us. The research will be controlled for them. It's a carrot they use, our leadership, and that leadership, it's you and I. We must do, as I pointed this morning, educate, do civil education for our people. We must do that, whether we like it or not. As I look at Mopov here, we must do it Mopov in South Africa. We must do it Mopov in Kenya. Only this, innovation will happen. Research will happen in Africa if we have that pragmatic leadership. So, what are the skills required? What skills do we need to enhance? I bring 2 points here. First and foremost, we must focus in terms of emerging technologies, the know-how, the problem-solving, creativity, innovation, and critical thinking above all. Creativity and innovation. At the same time, and I hope Bright is listening, this must be combined with soft skills. We are not robots, and we will never be robots, you and I. That soft skills must be integrity. We must be driven by integrity in Africa. We must respect the values of our society. Such skills are emotions. A robot will never have an emotion. Oh yes, I can demonstrate to units have some emotions, but a robot unit will never display any emotion towards you. Sure, it will never. We must be the one to think through intuition, ethics, and empathy. So as we address innovation in Africa for research, we're looking at the hard part of it, the skill, the problem solving. We're also looking at the soft skills of it. And I propose to this conference here, as we get into the future, and I like focusing on the future because that's where we're going to spend the most of our time. When you look at our youth, because probably most of us are not the right people to look at innovation in Africa. They must think globally. They must know what's happening in Singapore. They must know what is happening in Canada, South Korea. So things work. A very interesting thing this year. Singapore Airline, one of the best airlines in the world. It's always number 1, 2, and 3. This year, they paid their workers 21 months salary. 21 months salary. instead of the 12th month because they made some profits. Tell me of an African airline which does that. They are collapsing. Kenya Airways have never made money since 2013. Became an IPO in 2006. Never. They must think globally. What are these driving the other parts of the world? Why is India perhaps to be the link with perhaps the first in the next 4 years will be second to China in terms of development? You and I must start early. We must address our youth, let them get early enough, even when to go to that Montessori, not necessarily leading it, but seeing what's happening in other parts of the world. We must also expose them. They must be flexible. Let them make a mistake. Let them be flexible, but they will experience it. Yes, this is it. And we must also develop strong leadership as young as they are. I go back to unpack each of these. What do I think that they should be? They must embrace creative thinking. They must ask why, what, how. They must know what works, what do we need to do. That thinking. They must integrate creative thinking with innovation. Yes, let's think globally, but we know our own challenges: agriculture, infrastructure, power, water, leadership, but act locally. That's key for our children. That's key for our young scientists. That's key for our own young innovators. Secondly, they must start young. It's perhaps one of the pictures I love with these young, loving girls here. Young. You can see they are full of energy. They are full of optimism. They are ready to go. They are not old and tired as some of us are. We must equip these young girls. Same with young boys, with the practical skills and indeed those tools which will make them practice innovation and creativity. That is taking them to the farm. Yes, this is a dry area. How can we turn it to greenery? This is where the food comes from. How do you build water ponds? How do you build dams when it rains? And when it rains in Africa, it really pours. How do you harvest that water? How do you use smart technology to ensure that water is only required when it's necessary? These are the people, these are the young people we need to. If you wish, they are not spoiled. If you wish, make sure that they think more than anybody else. They think the same like anybody else in any part of the world. Thirdly, they want feasibility. You can't work with them without we must make their innovation skills. We must enhance their innovation skills. But as we do that, they want to be seen. They want the social media. They want to get connected. They have to have Wi-Fi. How do we, in terms of innovation, ensure their work gets out there in terms of the space, in terms of the communities? They must make it flexible. Yes, they're innovating, but they're very clear that life, personal life is important, and they actually believe in the family. So how do we make life, family, and work balance as we do the innovation? That's possible. And lastly, but not the least, perhaps the most important, they must provide us a vision. They are the one going to read the vision of Africa, not the guys you go to Addis and you find they're just in their phones and sleeping. No, these are the ones. They must have a vision for Africa. There must be positive attitude. They must have sense of humor. They're good communicators, inspiring, and above all, There must be people of integrity. They must read us to going this, achieving a common goal of making Africa a wealthy continent. Our continent. Yes, we can stand and say, yes, our youth have made us who we are today. So those are the kind of things, probably leadership, the social aspect, young, and thinking globally, but acting locally. So what is our response? Particularly some of us who are in academia, particularly those of us who are in working environment. Three things. And I perhaps more focus on the academia. Researchers, we must go beyond online classes and on management system. It's not just getting to online and Zoom or whatever. We must leverage on emerging technologies, Internet of Things, blockchains, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things. We must go beyond hybrid learning. How do we, as young kids in Ghana, in Togo, in Ethiopia, South Sudan, Malawi, Zambia, how do they learn? How do they innovate? Because the challenges you find in Zambia is the challenges you find in Uganda. And above all, we must equip them with core skills, careers for life, innovation, in transdisciplinary learning, transdisciplinary, to have sociology skills, creativity and innovation, leadership and communication. Communicate. They must tell us the innovations they're coming up with. That's our response. Fourthly, we must come up with innovative instructional strategies. We must find the ways to address some of the challenges we mentioned out. Are they project-based leadership, work learning, and peer teaching? We must invest in learning and development of the faculty. Yes, we need to appeal our instructors. I can't be teaching under these skills we don't have. Yes, we must find a way of sharing. Take sabbatical, go to South Africa. Take sabbatical, go to South Sudan. Go sabbatical, go to Cairo. And what I love, we must always look for the change. We must prepare the team for inevitable change. Change will always be there. You'll be living perhaps in the food domain if you don't think there will be change. They still will be there. So how do we prepare ourselves for that change? Unfortunately, things like COVID, we know, but there are changes we know will happen in the next 5 years. Yes, as we talk, the Starlink is taking the country by storm. As we talk, there's a new guy in Washington who is going to drive the agenda of the world. Trump, we know how he thinks about Africa. How do we prepare for that? You're running businesses. You're running internet, bandwidth, Wi-Fi. There is Starlink with Elon Musk. How will you change the narrative for those companies in your own country? In conclusion, 4 things I suggest here, for strongly, and I believe in them, we must leverage on the emerging technologies. No way to go about it. There's no way we are going to talk about innovation without leveraging on the technology which exists. Like, for example, a simple kind of technology, the way we are communicating all over the world, in the afternoon, in the morning, whatever. How do we enhance the skills? People must learn what we talk about AI. They must understand what we talk about machine learning. Trust technologies. 3D. We must focus on innovative instructional strategies and build core skills in this transdisciplinary learning. And lastly, important to invest in our own institution. Yes, that was Dr. Kellen this morning, she was saying funding. Funding is never an issue. It's us coming with strong programs and projects. Funds will be found. It will be the easiest thing to do. But let me share here, being in the developed space for some time, I even worked for those international organizations, they all use funds as carrot. They all use it. Why are we not food secure today? And I want to leave that question to you people. Who buys the most grain from America? It's WFP in Italy. Who knows WFP? They do. Where does that grain go? Famine in Africa. So they'll do whatever it takes to make sure that the African farmer does not grow grains. I'm talking about maize, I'm talking about rice, I'm not talking about wheat. So they encourage Africans to grow avocados. They encourage Africans to grow flowers. And we don't eat flowers. Mupofu, you cannot tell your family, hey, today our meal is avocado. Avocado is not a meal. Tanzania is now the main producer of avocado, so we are talking in Kenya here. But that's not a meal. We have run away from grains. Those are the areas we need to think through. Because if you cannot feed your own people, today is a military weapon. We can see what Gaza has been done by Israel. So let's invest in learning and development of our faculty and researchers to readdress the challenge I'll be talking about. And perhaps the world is changing, and it's changing on a daily basis. Our education will become irrelevant in the few decades. We must step up and look at changes and innovate for the future. As a continent, we don't have any degrees of freedom. We don't have any laxity. We must. I find it very interesting. You find when we go to conferences, Africans, 3/4 of the time we are in our mobiles. You're not even listening what is happening. We need some seriousness, people. Quiz time. Quiz time. This was a quiz. All these items were made from where? The fridge, LG, is from South Korea. Samsung is from South Korea. LG is from South Korea. And Samsung is from South Korea. Go back. If you go to most of the sitting rooms of most African homes, all these items are there. 5 years back, all these items was from Japan. Korea stepped back and thought through. Korea stepped back and used their head. And no other. Look at this. The industrial robots. Today, as we talk, Korea beats everybody in terms of industrial robots, followed by a tiny country which has no natural resources, but they have the brain, they have the human capital. They are teaching about green skills today. Singapore. Singapore. The third is a country also which doesn't have natural resources, but you have the people who have brains. Germany. Japan, China, Sweden, Hong Kong, Chile, Taiwan there. And you're talking about the US. No wonder they get all this into the space. No wonder they have innovated and come up with efficient refrigerators. Yes, before even Apple came with their OS, we had Samsung there. This is what you're talking about innovation. We must find a way to innovate to the challenges I pointed about. Don't even first think about industrial, because we are still not food secure. The worst thing can happen in the country. No leadership should stand there and justify itself if it cannot feed its people. Be it be Chad, be it be Botswana, be it be Tunisia. Parting shot, this is it. This is what innovation brings us. We must disrupt Africa. The days are gone when the tax were the ones which were taking us to the airport or from point A to B. The days are gone when Kodak had the films. And I keep saying this one, you better get Uberized, or you'll be Kodaked. You know what happened to Kodak. We don't know Africa to go there. It's only from innovations. And it's interesting, if you follow the story of Kodak, in early 2000, one of the workers had actually innovated the kind of cameras we are talking today. But then Mr. Kodak in the US didn't take it seriously. So he was taken by Fuji. And the rest is history. But we all know the story of why the Kodak and all that disappeared. It is rumored that, and I think it could be true, there was a couple, a Japanese couple, which used to go to Paris in summer. If you want to love city, it's Paris, and it's beautiful in summer. So they used to go there, and they used to go every time they go there, would go with this Nokia, so that this Nikon camera. They would ask somebody, okay, take us a camera, so that take us a picture. So in the fourth year, they go there, and they probably give somebody from Kenya called Kamau, who are Kikuyus, and they give them the camera to take a picture. And you can imagine what that fella did. He ran away with the camera. So they say there must be a better way. And that's how the cameras came in the smartphones. If in Africa, we want to start a business, very, very keen you want to start a business, I've always said, if it doesn't work on the smartphone, please don't waste your idea. We must innovate and use the gadgets we have. Asanteni sana, that's what I had for the team. And in any case, those are my contacts there. Both a faculty member at the University of Nairobi, 0722-788-718 +254. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much, and back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Prof, for this timely presentation that you have just done. Respecting the respectable, that's your title of your talk today, and it is really revealed many of the things that we were still lacking as the African continent. Just to summarize some of your things that you have said here, I think you started by talking about the Generation Z, who, in a way, you'll find that they are spending most of their time on the internet, like using their cell phones. Therefore, in terms of the print media, they are no longer looking into those things. And also, you talked about the issue of human jobs, which are now being replaced by the machines. And also, even though that is still the case, but we know that there are some jobs that will be coming in the next 10 years, especially in the green economy. And maybe if you can also unpack that for us, I think it will be very much rewarding. Like when you talk about the green economy, like maybe just try to expand on that one. And also, there are some 4 issues you also mentioned, or 4 challenges, like the issue of the food security, and also the infrastructure development, as well as the water abundance. and the last one being the pragmatic leadership. If you talk about food security, Prof, I think I recently listened to one of the professors who was also talking about a concept known as food sovereignty. And maybe if you can try to distinguish between the two, because like the professor was saying that we are focusing on food security, but what we need to do is to look at food sovereignty, which is the one which is better for us. Maybe if you can just bring your thoughts around that issue, that would be good. Maybe before you go, you come to my questions and concerns, I just want to look at the charts here. I think there were some questions that were, I think there's one question which I see, which is saying, can we say that academic freedom is an important component in innovation? What about political freedom? That is the first question, maybe that you can attend to, Prof. Over to you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Musaini. I did appreciate your comment, and thank you for the comment coming on the screen. Thanks, colleagues. Thanks, participants, and I do it with this passion because I want all us to be innate. That's how the way this continent will change. As I say, if we are together, it will be difficult to really go through us. But if we are divided, it will be so easy. The first issue you raised, the Misaini, it's the issue of food security and sovereignty. We are talking the same thing, but I like the second one. You have sovereignty in it. That's the whole concept. I think they are related very, very strongly indeed, in terms of really getting ourselves self-sufficient as Africa. Yes, there's a lot of correlation, not a lot, strong correlation. Excuse me, not strong correlation when you talk about academic freedom and when we talk about innovation. By the fact that innovation is probably, in a lack of a better word, you have a freedom. I cannot innovate if I'm between the four walls. It can't work. I have to break the walls, right? And a story be told, a young man was asked, give me 4 benefits of breast milk. And one of the benefits he wrote is that it doesn't need to be boiled. And of course, he had other 3. And I thought it was a very interesting answer. The breast milk doesn't need to be boiled. But the teacher was expecting it's nutritious. Yeah, it gives immunity. But the kid knew that. The child knew that. So innovation must have the freedom. You cannot confine somebody this, I want you to innovate in this area. Indeed, at times it doesn't have parameters. And therefore, it operates where we have the freedom, not necessarily academic, beyond academic. Even the government of the day must appreciate people think differently. And through that thinking is when we come up with innovations. So yes, to answer your question, yes, indeed, there's a lot of relationship, or rather, there is a high relationship, strong if you wish, between academic freedom and innovation. That's probably how I look at it.
Okay, thanks, Prof. There is another question from Prof. Noru, where he's saying that he likes your opinion that funding is the simplest thing to get. I'm really keen to know the secret of where the money is. This will really help the ASFI. Can you share the key with us, please?
I really brilliant, bright. I hear your comment, and I can see it on the chart. It lies you getting our colleagues in, like Karen this morning, getting our sister in Ethiopia, in Egypt, getting somebody from South Africa, thinking down or sitting down and coming with the proposals. Let me give you an example. About 2 weeks ago, we had a research week in the University of Nairobi, and we had somebody who has been in government. We had somebody working in research. I was there as academia. And after the talking, we said no. And we had a colleague who was a lawyer. And we said, this is talk. But we gave ourselves 6 months to come with a proposal whereby we were talking about agriculture. If you look at your own country, do we have lawyers who know about futures contract in agriculture? None. So we actually said we are going to do a proposal. And we have all this mind. I coming from the business, analytics, agriculture, the lawyer, and do a proposal where we'll be addressing that issue. Now, the money lies in those proposals, Brian. If you recall 2000 in Dakar, yes, Dakar, 2000, Education for All, the Big Five, UNICEF, UNDP, World Bank, they said money is not a problem. The problem, the biggest challenge we have in Africa is getting credible projects which addresses so we need to, and what I'm proposing here, Brian, you have a team here. We can even take those 4. How do we, as government in Africa, address the issue of food sovereignty? And very clear, there's no way you'd address food sovereignty in Africa. And a good team, Dumusaini gave me a very good term today, if we don't have water. And you see how they are related. So it's a question of having right thinking mind and coming up with proposals. And I can tell you, some of them might not be funded. And I can tell you for sure, there is no developed economy which will fund Africa to be food secure, because we are killing the market from their countries. But African Union, the resources we have, see what happened in Niger. That country has cleared the debt with IMF. 2 years. They have cleared the debt with IMF. They don't need them. But what did they do? They looked at what France was buying, whatever they were buying there, $2 or $20. Now they're selling for $2,000, $20,000. So there are countries now which are growing up. There are countries which are coming up with that leadership I'm talking about, and they're seeing the sense of us being on our own. And I can't give a better example. That's what happened in Niger. However young he is, he has got that country out of the IMF program. IMF has never got anybody, and the IMF will never get everybody. They get you from HDU to ICU. They get you from ICU to HDU, whatever. They never take you to the ward. So you need to be careful. But let me share with you, team. As an African leader, you have to be careful about what happened to you. I propose to you, it's very difficult for a president to have died because of COVID. And I'll leave with you to think through. Do you think Magufuli in Tanzania died because of COVID? I repeat, did you think Magufuli, and you go to Tanzania today, you see what he did he die because of COVID? Here, our friend in Niger, he has no permanent place of abode. We must think through and see how we are going to lead it. Get in touch with people like Bonko, who became the president of Botswana. Let's get in touch with the guy in Niger. Rwanda of this Africa. And those are the people, in my view, will make Africa move forward. And those are the people who they can say, yes, this makes country, as a country, we are committing this much. Back to you, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. There are, I think, 3 further questions here on the charts. The first questions come from Dr. Joanna Adeleke. Prof, you said innovation and creativity should be encouraged in children. Could you give us pointers on how this can be done?
Sorry, I didn't get the question again.
You said innovation and creativity should be encouraged in children. Could you give us pointers as to how this can be done?
Creativity and innovativity, as I said, and innovation.
Yes.
I'm not talking about now even perhaps children. I'm even looking from, as I said, about even Montessori, and even looked at the point we are talking about the university. Step back and look at how the kids are learning in Singapore as early as they are in a basic education. They are learning about green economy, what they call green skills. Because Singapore, one of the key aspects they have today is what we refer to as the challenge by the environment. Why can't we, as early as possible, try to challenge them, try to do this, take them to dry land. See, this is the area you grow up. It could be this arid area. What do we need to do in this area? Take them to another area. This, they use irrigation. What has happened? So and what I'm trying to say is that creativity, when they see that and compare that, they start thinking through. We must go to areas they can see the practical part of it. We must, yes, classroom is great. In this country, in Kenya, we have come up what we are calling curriculum-based, competence-based curriculum. Competence-based curriculum is basically addressing what you can see, what you can do. And leave it open, let them think through, guide them. But don't tell them, yes, the benefit, one of the benefits of breast milk is immunity. Let them tell, no, one of the benefits of breast milk, it cannot be boiled. It cannot be stolen, and of course, it cannot be stolen unless you come from Uganda or Zimbabwe. I hear the men take the milk there. And I'm sorry for the men from Uganda or Zim who are here. So we give them an open mind and create that creativity.
Okay, thanks, Prof. The other question is saying that, do you think basic education in Africa need reform? If
Absolutely.
yes,
Absolutely.
If yes, how to convince policymakers to reform education for innovation?
You're right. And that goes back to what we have had discussion this morning. How do you convince the society innovation makes sense? Innovation is good by addressing the needs of that society. If you go to your community, I don't know which community you come from, and you tell them the innovation will address your water problem you have, they'll listen to you. I shared this morning at Karamajong in northern Uganda, the World Bank, which I was a team working them out, World Bank then, went to Karamajong and they said, we want to build classrooms. And they told them, on a certain time, we don't need classrooms, we need cow dips. So that we can take our animals there, they are not ticks, they are good, we sell them, we can build the classrooms. The World Bank went ahead and built the classrooms. They never asked them, they saw the animals were sleeping in those classrooms. So, if we are therefore going to look at in terms of what you're talking about here, then it must be driven by what the challenges our community are having. And therefore, and the one thing we realize with the politicians, and this is a responsibility each one of us have, and when we came to this country and we got competence-based curriculum, it was what we are getting out of our students when they go to create employment or where they go to employ. And we had a lot of problems with the industry. They're saying we're having issues. And surprising, it was interesting in 2023, about 70% of those people who had finished their secondary education, they chose to go to technical institutions, not at the university. Why? There were opportunities. So if you can demonstrate to the beneficiaries that by having education in this direction, they'll make those choices. The politicians are selfish, the politicians have their own, they probably get. And the good thing is, shamelessly, they will jump to the ship if they say there are benefits there. So to me, it's really focusing on the learner. If you can focus on learner and show there's opportunity if you take this way of doing your thinking or learning, they will take the responsibility and the protection will jump ship.
Okay, just to squeeze in this last question, Prof. I think I have only 2 minutes. The question is saying, while innovation can sometimes feel free due to its accessibility or funding models, it is rarely free to create or maintain. How can you recognize the investments and systems that enable innovations fosters a more balanced perspective on its value and sustainability? Just in 1 minute, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you. You sound like you're from South Africa or Zimbabwe.
South Africa.
South Africa. Oh, the accent betrays you. Nonetheless, you are African, all of us. I don't think it's a question of being free. It's a question of not having resources. If you look at the benefit you bring to the community, the benefit that you save a life, you cannot put any value on it. You can't, my brother. And let me point out, you remember when Steve Jobs, and it's well known, when he was on the deathbed because of the stomach cancer and all that, he said, I've realized even all the amount I have, I cannot hire somebody to come and sit on my behalf. If you can demonstrate that the innovation we are doing will prevent the family from cancer, it will make the family better off than they are. I'm telling you, my brother, the society is willing, even if it's what we call not necessarily the hard cash, but sweat capital. They will be willing to be with you. And what is more better than the sweat capital? They give you an enabling environment. It will be easier for us to do research. It will be easier to come up with innovations. So I'm showing at the end of the day, and there is a lady, Karin this morning, the inclusivity. Because we must address, if you look at the socio-economic development, it must be inclusive, it must be sustainable. That sustainability cannot come from the funding from the out. It must come from our own sources. And I can tell you, if the community knows we have put some funds there in terms of sweat capital or otherwise, they will protect and they will support innovation in Africa.
Thank you so much, Prof, for always giving these insightful talks to us. We always enjoy your talks, and we are looking forward again to have you in our platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate Dennis Eager here. Thank you very much, my brother. He says, given the short notice, a good professor had to think through the topic of discussion. This is stellar performance. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. It's not the short notice. I totally forgot. I thought I was just for discussion. So as we are going on, I tried to put something and I have shared with you.
You are good. Notwithstanding, you are great.
Thank you, my brother. You're the one saying that, Ega.
I will invite Professor Bright to appreciate our speaker, especially for your dedication and your support today.
Yes, thank you. And I always say that we are all together in this game, Bright. We are in this game. Me, I'm available anytime. And I even pay for my own tickets. But what we share is more than just the ticket for the airline. What we share in the mind is the most important thing, which will help our people to grow and move forward.
Yes, Prof, we appreciate. I think, yes, please make yourself available, because the aspect of the money, I'm not still satisfied yet.
There
so
you go.
I will still come back to that, yes. But this is fantastic and also very thought-provoking. The young ones, I think we have really a big challenge ahead of us. Yesterday, I highlighted the fact that currently where we are doing better than every other region is in population growth. And if we do not put things to manage the population in the next 40 years, 50 years, Africa will be a bigger problem than we are today.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
then you have challenges that the first thing is food security. If we cannot secure ourselves with food, then we can't think about any other thing.
Absolutely.
So, colleagues, join me in thanking our honorable Prof, who has been here with us since morning, with a fantastic performance during the panel discussion, and then giving us the challenge this afternoon. Thank you very, very much, Prof.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I have to check out because I have a class in the next one, 30 minutes. I have a class at 5.
No problem at all. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys, and wish you all well, whatever is remaining. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay, well.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So up next, we'll bring on board Dr. Uchechi. We are transiting to the next important program again, our bootcamp breakout session. I'll be inviting Dr. Uchechi, who will transit us to that important aspect of the bootcamp. Doctor, are you on board?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, everyone. You agree with me that it's really been mind-blowing from the panelist discussion and then Professor Gitero. Then the big question for all of us in the house, researchers, innovators, industrialists, is what are we doing with our research? Have we been able to translate them to solutions that are sellable? The kind of solution Professor Bright is talking about. We don't need to be poor any longer. We need to push our Africa to the point where it should be. For me as a person, my thought is, how can we stabilize technology by upskilling the technology that we have here in Africa? Like, for example, you might have a very good device, but you're unable to speak. You're unable to, hold virtual events successfully, just the way I've been struggling for some days now. So we are going to be sent again to our various groups. And I want all of us to keep engaging, keep thinking, because it's from your thoughts you'll be able to, get the prize tomorrow. So just to reiterate, I want to read out to us what is expected of us, the evaluation criteria. And one is, what's the significance of the innovation, the product, the platform or project in Africa and for Africa? We have various team representatives in your rooms who can guide you and as well share our PDF documents where you find everything we need for your evaluation tomorrow. Then note that we'll also be looking at the quality of your group presentation, which is going to commence tomorrow by 8:35 GMT. So make sure you have a group representative and somebody who will be pitching, because you'll be pitching away with our prizes tomorrow, and it's going to be mouth-watering. Of course, you know that. You're going to be enjoying ASFI 2025 free courses for the best winners, and then free membership for our 3 winners. So the committee members attached to your room will receive your group projects, and then you have to send your group project 10 p.m. GMT today on the latest, so that we can grade you, and then we'll receive your presentation latest, and that's your PowerPoint presentation latest tomorrow morning before you commence. We also have 1 hour, 50 minutes for today. You keep engaging in your room, and remember, the competition has already started. We are also looking at your engagements, because yesterday when we got to some rooms, we noticed that no engagement at all. And I believe that today should be a better time for all of us. After hearing all of this, at least we should get away with good project results. And then finally, I want to also tell us that we should attach our room numbers to our names so that it will enable us guide you to your various rooms today. Thank you very much and have a wonderful engagement. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Uchechi, if I just add, those who were not here yesterday and so did not join any group, so please, you can indicate that perhaps by raising your hand later, or putting a comment on the chat box so that we can send it to a room. Yeah,
Okay.
for the project presentation tomorrow, please send it to the committee latest 6 a.m. GMT tomorrow so that we can schedule them for presentation.
All right.
All right,
Thank you
so
very
it
much.
means that you will have some sleepless night or the groups, but now the rooms are opened and you can choose the room you were yesterday and join your group. I think we have 1 hour 45 minutes, isn't it, for this?
Yes, Prof. I think it's 1 hour, 50 minutes.
1 hour 50, okay.
Yeah, just 5 minutes addition.
All right, those who are raising your hand, keep raising your hand, and then we'll send you to your breakout session. You can work.